Hey, everybody, welcome back to the Friday Night Live show. It's me and
Oh, me,
Chris.
Chris Moranis. Hey,
Yeah, hey,
that
you.
and that is
I'm
Jeff.
Jeff.
One day we'll get it right.
Yeah, yeah. We after how many weeks of doing this, we still can't get it right.
Hey man,
So,
it takes a while.
all right, let's start this shit. Everybody, buckle up.
Let's
It's
do
gonna be a
it.
good night tonight. Better be a good night tonight because I've had a complete shit show day today. So I'm sure it'll come out at some point. But let's start. Well, there. Welcome back, Friday Night Live. This is our last Friday Night Live before Turf comes back next week. So, like I've said from the get go, I've only been doing this, holding this down while he is away on his daughter's gymnastic meets during the gymnastic season. So, this is the last weekend that he will be not around. I did send him the invite. So, at some point, hopefully, he'll be jumping in tonight. We'll see. Um, so, as of right now, it's Chris and I kicking this off. So, Chris, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. How about yourself, Jeff?
Been better today, but I'm still here. I'm still alive. I'm not a health issue, just some other shit that went on today. Not
Well,
on a level like with the house or the family or anything like that. Just
there's still a lot. That's all that matters. As long as you're still walking, breathing, talking, I'll accept that.
I'm with my peoples. I'm on here with you, which you know how much I enjoy doing shows with you. You know, we have always have a good time when we're on. There's no two ways about that.
Mhm.
Um, you know, and then the interaction with the chat, which is what you and I have always been about since, you know, we've been hooking up and doing what we're doing. You know, it's all about getting our followers, you know, who watches us and who supports us, like to get them involved as much as possible. So that's
Yeah,
what this is all about on Friday nights, you
my thing
know.
is it's all about the fan base. It's all about those guys, because good to hear listen to media. They always talk about what they think. I want to hear what the fans think. What's your opinion about? Because we're not going to agree on everything, but
Now,
at least want to hear what you say. What do you think about it? That's my whole idea of starting a YouTube channel.
yep, yep. And that was my goal was to, you know, number one was to get the club recognized on more of a national level, which I think I've pretty much starting to really accomplish that. You know, there's people on the West Coast that never heard of us before, but now know who we are, you know, here in New England. And, you know, for the last 20 years, been an enemy territory because the Patriots were so damn good and, you know, holding down the fort here in the New England area, you know, getting them, you know, getting our name out there, getting our image out there, you know. Again, I mean, my takes on things are my own personal takes. Doesn't necessarily mean that's what the people in the club think. When it comes to my takes on the Raiders and what I think should be going on and how we're handling things. I've offered many a times for club members to come on with me, one on one, or even get involved on the Friday nights when anybody can pull up. So I posted it in the Facebook group. Um, Hopefully some of them will come in tonight. You know, I'd love to hear from them, obviously. But right now, let's hear from the chat. Let's see what's going on with the chitty chat. So starting this off with Raider Paul. What's up, brother? Welcome, welcome. Sacktown Mike, what's up, brother? How you doing tonight? WTF, where's the flag? What's up, bro?
What's up, brother?
Sacktown saying hi to you.
Hey, Sack, what's going on, brother?
Raider Pete, what's up, Raider Pete? It's Chairman. Hi, how you doing? Welcome to the show.
I don't know. But hey, welcome to the show. Come
Me,
on
I'm
in.
dressed. I hope you're dressed. It'd be sad if I wasn't because I'd scare the shit out of people. So yes.
I don't think you get demonetized for that, man. Anyway, so
Yeah. 805, my brother. What is going on, man? How you doing this evening?
hey, what's up,
Um,
brother?
Let's see. Let me. 805. I just sent you the link. If you're not doing anything, you want to hop in, feel free, brother. Come on in.
Please do.
PNW Mark, what's up, man? How you doing tonight? How you doing?
Mark.
Eric Raiders Haters Hunters here. What's up, man? How you doing tonight? So, quite a few people in here. Yeah, we got 13 people in the chat so far. I mean, we've been on for 5 minutes. So, I mean, there's, again, not really so much to talk about. I mean, I guess the biggest thing that went on today is Shador Sanders Colorado's pro day, not necessarily Shador Sanders.
Travis Hunter and the other guys.
Yeah, it's a chance for the Colorado players to showcase their talent. You know,
Yeah.
I was just so exhausted. I didn't sleep last night. I had such bad insomnia. I was just restless with, some club shit that's going on that's just caused me some serious issues the last few days. So I couldn't sleep. It just was shit running through my head all night long. And again, I mean, that's that's what happens when you're the president of the club and you're responsible for anything and everything that goes on. Shit takes a toll on you after a while. And I just couldn't sleep. At one point I tried going to sleep. I grabbed the recliner and just kind of tried to crash. Couldn't.
I told you
5 o'clock this morning, I was sitting here just like this was me at 5 o'clock this morning, sitting right where I am now, just like this.
I told you, if you can't sleep, let me know. I'll stream on Farmer Simulator 22. You can watch that for about 5 minutes. You'll fall asleep.
It was me just sitting here with my face in my hands and just things running through my head on what we can do to better the club and avoid some issues. And wife finally got up. She went to Dunkin'. I ate something. I felt like I needed to crash. She gave me a couple of melatonins, and I knocked out for like a good 6 hours. So I pretty much slept most of the day, and I'm awake now. But yeah, golf on TV will do it. Baseball will do it to me on TV too. But we got some new people here on the channel that just popped in. Raider Ryan's here. What's up, Raider Ryan?
What's up, Raider Ryan?
Ardell's here. What's up, Ardell? How you doing, man?
Raiders.
Let's see. So getting back to what was going down today. Yeah, Shador Sanders had his chance to. All right, no problem. 805. That's cool.
Well, you know,
805 to showcase his talent.
I'm going to 805's house right now. Just barbecue and got some beer. Yeah, I'll be there. Give me about 5 minutes. Jeff, we'll see you guys later. I'm on my way there.
All right, have a good night. Bye, everybody. All right, so I'm going to do the show solo the rest of the what's up, Marcus Banks? How you doing, brother?
Hey, Marcus. What's up, brother?
I only saw like a little blurb of it today, and the one pass I did see that they were showing over and over and over again. And then the receiver did a flip at the end. I don't know if it's just me or it was the way that the ball was going by the rafters in the ceiling, the way it looked. It looked like the ball was a fucking lame duck in the air. I don't know if it was just the image I was looking at, but I mean, the ball looked like it was doing this on. I mean, it wasn't a tight spiral. I don't know how the rest of his day went. I'm just looking at that one footage that just keeps showing over and over again. I don't know. So I really can't speak as to how he did today. I don't know.
I didn't watch it. I was not refused to watch none of that pro days. Pro days to me are just like a showcase. What it is, basically what it is. This is like, okay, you got your own field, your own receivers, your own coaches, everything else, and you try to look your best. That don't translate really in the NFL because you come here, you have different receivers, different coaches, different atmosphere. So I put the pro days in a nutshell. It's just the highlight, try to make you look good. So I'm not really
that right. That right there, right, Ryan. I could have used that earlier today. A rage room, just go in and just go fucking ballistic in a room and just start smashing shit.
So
I
yeah,
know there's one around here somewhere.
I really don't care about pro days. No, don't really.
I don't either because you got to remember too, and it's the same thing with the combine too. I don't care so much about. Um, I mean, I'm more concerned with like with the offensive linemen, like which is why I was so hyped on watching them that day. The things I want to see is the footwork.
That's
Their ability to follow the instructions. The coach has given them one chance to get it right. They run through, you know, half speed with one guy, and if you're not paying attention, you're going to miss out on how to do the drill. And it showed. At the combine, there was some guys in different positions. Offensive line did it where they just didn't go the right way. So I mean that also is something that scouts will take notice of because you can't follow simple instructions. Coaches don't have time to be out there and baby you and say, no, 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 you got to do it this way. Now, come on, let's do it again. They don't have time for
I
that shit.
yes, that's why I like those senior bowls and those things. I like because they're playing, under different circumstances. That way you see they can shine. They can hear directions. They know they're playing everything differently. So that's why I like senior bowls and the other bowls and all that stuff. Those are good. Salute Sam, Chaka. Salute Arnie. How you guys doing?
What's up, Arnie? What's up, Sam? How you doing, guys?
Yeah, so
So
like I
Ray
said,
P says,
pro
go
days
ahead.
is just another like, look at me, I can do this.
Yeah, and
Okay.
again, all this with no pressure too. Like there's no,
Yeah.
you don't have Max Crosby trying to come in over and kill you either. You just drop back and just throw the ball to a predetermined location because that's the plan. All right, so you run out to the 40 and do a cross pattern. Okay, all right. So I'll be throwing it
Yeah.
to you by the time you get about midpoint of the field. The
That's why I
ball will
just
be there.
that's why I just
This
senior
shit's
bowls.
all pre-orchestrated. There's no two ways about it. Pro days are exactly that.
That's why the senior bowls and stuff like that, because you're playing against somebody you don't play with at all, never against people that that are trying to look good too. So they're doing
Yep.
their best, and so I said senior bowl to me really shows me what they have. The combine,
So
like you said, the footwork. I want to see the footwork. I want to
yeah.
see certain positions. The 4 yard dash is only good for receivers and stuff like that, or 40 meter dash, whatever it is. But everything else, I want to see footwork.
Thanks, Raider Paul. So yeah, like Raider Ryan said, it's all pre-planned bullshit. It is because
Exactly.
leading up to it, they're choreographing that shit. No
Everything.
two ways about that.
Exactly.
So Rita Pete says, looking at our roster, kind of hope we draft evenly. Defensive tackle, linebacker, cornerback, quarterback, running back, wide receiver, and OL. No specific order.
Well, yeah. Yeah. Absolutely.
5 says, I'd love to see us build up the O line round one, trade back and get the best offensive tackle, get Kelvin Banks on my rate. Yeah, I mean, I would not be opposed to that.
I am with you on that 805. I'm definitely on that
You've
line.
got an older quarterback back there. Yeah, he didn't take some beatings for a few years because he was basically a backup. It wasn't until the last couple of years that he was used as a regular starting quarterback. So he's got some miles left on those tires, which is a good thing. But you still want to protect him. He's older. It'll take him longer to heal from certain injuries. So you want to protect him with the best offensive line we can get out there. Which is why I'm not a big fan of drafting a quarterback first. I'm not a big fan of drafting um, a running back first. I want that lineman is what I'm really hoping for in this first round. If we get that offensive guard or tackle, I'm happy.
But see, like I
I'm
said,
happy.
people talking about like here, which guy was talking about Jeanty at 6, Raider Paul. I'd say
Yeah.
the Raiders are not ready for a run back like that. They're not built yet to have that. They need to get the offensive line together. Jeanty coming,
Yeah.
we won't be able to run. So I
What's up,
already
Marcus?
get that line, that defense, that offensive line and defense line both established, so we can get a good running back, so we can have good receivers. We can protect the quarterback. Because it does no good to get a running back when the defense other team is always in the backfield. Doesn't help them out.
Yep. And just like Raider P says, you want millions for playing the kids game. Better pay close attention to college. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
No toys about that at all. Let's see. What else we got here? Arnie,
Well,
question of the night here. Let's see. What projected starter needs to be improved through the draft?
projected starter.
What projected starter needs to be improved through the draft? I'm not sure if I understand.
I don't get that projected starter. What position? I'm not quite getting that question.
I don't know.
Rephrase that again, Arnie. I'm not quite following that question. Are you?
No. I mean,
Rephrase
projected
that.
starter, like somebody that's already on the roster. You mean, I honestly don't get it, Arnie. I'm sorry. I don't know if I'm just, if my mind's just not operating
Because as
correctly.
it stands right now, there's only maybe a couple of few on the team that's projected to start, but the rest, everybody else got to compete. So,
Arnie's got another question here. If we draft Shedeur Sanders at 6, do you trade AOC 12 so he can be Geno's backup? No.
no.
For two reasons. One, Sanders shouldn't even be should not be the number 2 going in. He should be the number 3
Yeah.
right from the start. You shouldn't even think about. He should just be learning how to play the game in the NFL level with our system.
Right.
ALC 12 is probably one of the better backups in the league, and he's still under rookie contract. So you don't want to get rid of that contract because then you're still going to bring someone else in that's going to be, possibly the backup or the third guy if you're going to move Shedeur up to number 2. I wouldn't want Shedeur being the number 2 guy because God forbid something happens to Geno early in the season. That means Shedeur's going to come in and he's going to be so raw at the NFL level that's not fair to the player. That's not fair to Shedeur, in all honesty.
Yeah, because he's gonna look like that.
Yeah, I mean, like with Washington, what they did with Jaden Daniels was they brought him knowing that he was going to be the starter. So they groomed him right from the get-go that, hey, listen, you're going to be the starter this season. So,
But
get your
yeah,
shit
look
together
at
because you're the guy. You're our answer at quarterback.
when they brought him in. They
Shedeur's
already
not our answer right now. Shedeur's our second or third at best.
when they brought Daniels in, they was ready. They had everything. They had a decent offensive line. They had running backs. They had receivers. They had all that in place. They just need a quarterback. That's all they needed.
Yep. We're too many positions away from being at that same point where Washington was a year ago, where they just needed him to come in and just get under center and go for it.
Same thing with the Texans and CJ Stroud. It's already built. They just need the quarterback. We're not ready. We're not at that level yet.
What's up, Trippy Soul?
Hey, Trippy Soul. Ain't seen you in a while.
That's Timu Kittle, isn't it?
Yeah, Timu Kittle.
Right? Yeah. Shit, man. It's been a long time since you've been on, brother. Where you been? You in witness relocation program? You finally got let go or something? Oh, fuck, man.
Yeah, so let's get to this. When people come in, I want to take a comment or two if they come in. So here it is. So Cowboys traded for Milton, right? They got Milton. That's probably number 2.
Mm-hmm.
They still got Trey Lance. Now, that means that Cowboys, because it was on the radar that Cowboys might draft Jalen Milroe or some other quarterback in the draft. Now, them getting Milton, I think it takes them out of that running to draft a quarterback. Now, they're going to look at running back. They're going to look at running backs. And Jerry Jones loved him some Jeanty. He said it. So,
they're a perfect trade partner for us, in my opinion.
Are you picking the phone up?
I would. Why not? Why wouldn't you? That's like a no-brainer. I'm sorry.
You get a 12, get the 12 pick and maybe a second or third rounder. Because they just got, I think they got a 7th for Milton, and they traded away the 5th for Milton. So I'll pick up the phone in a minute. 12 and maybe a second or third. Salute, Raider Ben. What's up, bro? No trade, you take Jeanty.
What's up, Ben?
I don't know.
No trade, and take Jeanty.
I don't know if
he's high on that.
If he's there, he might not even be there. Shit, there might be other teams taking before we get a chance to get him.
Yeah.
They'll tell him.
805, I agree too. I like Banks more, to be honest with you, out of the two. To be honest with you, I don't think Memble's going to be there even at number 6. I think he's going to go. He's going to go before that. I wouldn't be surprised if the Patriots take him. To be honest with you,
I'll take Banks.
Let's see.
I'm not high on that guy Campbell. I don't know if he's going to put him at guard. But I'm not high on him.
Yeah.
But the other dude, what's his name from North Dakota State? That dude, I wouldn't mind him either. Put him at guard.
Yeah, Arnie, what starter from last year needs to be replaced in the draft? Weakest link, offense and defense. Oh, offensive line for sure.
Oh,
we got to get a guard. We need a guard.
Parham got to go.
Parham's, yeah.
I don't.
Right now, the weakest link on the offensive side is definitely the two guard positions. That's something that we could strengthen right away.
I mean, of course, the running back room, but mainly first things first, guard. Parham got to go. I don't know about I don't want to say Cody White here. Jesus, no, God, no. Meredith. I don't know about Meredith.
Meredith, I'm okay with. Meredith, I don't have an issue with. Parham, I do. Parham is just, he's too small for the guard position. He was just getting overrun this past year.
Plus, it gives, if you watch him, he gives up on plays. You know, like.
Yeah. What's up, Jeffrey?
Yeah. Hey, Jeff.
Silver Smoke, what's up, brother? How you been, man? Haven't seen you in a while either.
Hey, Silver.
What's this guy yapping about? These guys should be embarrassed to be Raider fans. Have no idea what they're talking about. Okay, I guess not. All right, Chris, we should stop then. I mean, this guy thinks we don't. Right. I mean, you want to just call it a night right now? Be done with this?
No, let's talk about.
I mean, I'll go play video games all night. I don't give a shit.
No. We can start. We just talk about women's golf.
We can stream Farm Simulator for you. I'll watch.
No, I want to talk about female women's golf. Let's talk about that. You see that?
About what?
Women's golf.
I mean, because apparently we don't know what we're talking about.
No, shit about who are we talking about?
I don't know what I was even thinking about starting the podcast doing this. I mean, I'm done. I got nothing.
I don't like football at all, man. So.
Who's Jeanty? I don't even know who Jeanty is. What position does he play? Is he a cornerback?
Oh no, Jeanty's the actor from that TV show. Oh my God, that's crazy.
If Shedeur Sanders falls at 6, what draft capital would you demand for him? It depends on who it is. I mean, if it's a super needy quarterback team and they want him that bad, it's going to be what they offer up, and then we counter. You know, obviously it's going to be a swap of first-round pick, first of all. I would have to consider that next year's first-round pick would be part of that deal, too. You want to move up number 6. It depends on how far they're moving up. If they're moving up, from say the 20, from in the 20s on up spot, they're gonna have to offer up more. If they're moving up from like say 10 to 6, it's not that big of a jump. So they could offer a little bit less than somebody that's coming from say 20, like the Steelers, 21, wherever they're. I know they're in the 20s.
Yeah.
If it's the Steelers, they may offer a first, swapping their pick for this year and giving us their first round next year, and possibly their second. You know, I just want extra draft picks. I want an additional second round pick. You know, I wouldn't mind a second and a third if that's possible. You know, let's face it, we don't want to be in this position next year. We don't want to have a top 10 pick next year because
no, we don't.
That means we suck again.
That's what I'm talking about. People are talking about, well, don't draft a quarterback this year, draft Manning next year. That means we have to suck this year. I don't want to suck this year. And who will tell Arch Manning might not be that good? We don't know because he has Manning on the back don't mean anything.
Yeah.
He could be like Ewers for a starting job. So I don't know. So I don't want to suck. I don't mean that low, that 20, 23 on down range in draft order. That means we were winning some games.
Trippy, I appreciate you being here, man. It's been a while since we've seen you or talked to you, so we'll put the link up in a little while, and if you want to come in, you're more than welcome. People don't get pissed. I know this is a Raiders group, but he's a Steelers fan, but he's one of the coolest dudes you're going to meet. And when you see him, you're going to say, holy fuck, is that George Kittle? Because he looks just like George Kittle. Without luck, he's probably cut his fucking hair and changed his image now. He looks
exactly, yeah. grew a beard.
He's
So
gonna come in and look something different, and everybody's gonna be like, "You said you look like Kettle."
yeah,
So
sorry
Mark
about your
Spence,
grandma.
keep him in the game room watching films until his eyes bleed, then put him on the practice field until his arms is strengthened up.
Who are you talking about?
He's talking about Shador if you would have drafted him.
That's,
You know, like that's
no,
going back to Arnie's question about would you put him as the backup? Let's see. They better listen to us this year, bet. They're not gonna. Let's see. Banks got shorter arm length, plus not as athletic as Membu. Actually, the one with real short arm length is fucking Campbell,
Will
the
Campbell.
kid from LSU,
So
which is why he dropped as much as he did since the combine, because with the measurements once they came out that day, a lot of shit changed with him. Hold on a second.
We can finish mid-pack and still trade up and get Manning, for example, but that means we draft well. Yeah, if Raider Pete, if we do well with the quarterback and draft one this year, let him sit. We don't need a draft a quarterback. It won't be a team need. But we do need a draft a quarterback at least once a year or once every 2 years. You know, hopefully we get something, get a diamond in the rough. But like I said, I don't know what they're talking about. We'll just draft Manning next year. Like, well, Manning might be a high draft pick if he even comes out of college. He might even stay another year because he's only a junior. So we'll see.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. We're the only team linked to Jeanty. It seems like every time one of these experts does a mock draft, it's always us picking Jeanty, which I don't get it. Let's see. Every team had scouts at Jeanty's, but yeah, everybody, and then everybody's sitting there saying that
we're drafting.
I said this last night, and with Nate on our Coast to Coast show, everybody's all excited because Spy Tech took him out for lunch, and he was there. He was the only GM supposedly there, and
no, he wasn't.
So again, these guys are doing their due diligence. People have to realize that, if you got that pick in the top 6 and this is a guy that's possibly going to be there for you, you have a decision to make. You have to make sure you fully vet these guys to make sure that
their character,
they're going to be worth a pick at number 6, I said it last night. Look at Damon Arnett. Someone didn't do their homework on him properly to find out what this kid's backstory really is. And it all unfortunately came out after he was already on the team, after he was already playing, and then this shit comes out, and then we got to let him go. It's like
they're checking their characters out. They can't really talk to him doing the combine. He wasn't even there, but anyway. So they go to the pro day, take him out to lunch, dinner, whatever. Have a nice little this is a talk. Hey, so how's life going? How you been? Do. Then check out their character, because like you said, you don't want a explosive keg in your building where you can just go off one day and just blow everything up. Check out their mental health.
Let's see. Jeff Chris, I am seeing Jalen Walker to Raiders at 6. Your thoughts on him? I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to that either, but I mean, it really, again, until we know who's available, like what goes before us. I mean, then you can stop putting them all, logical take on what we think we're going to take at that point based on what our needs are. Do I think a running back is our need at number 6? Not when this draft is that deep at running back. We can wait.
No.
We can definitely wait.
It's too deep. Yeah, if he was the only one, maybe a couple others, yeah, probably. If it was like maybe 8 running backs in the draft, yeah, I say take that
What's
chance.
up, Nav, man?
There's about 30 out there. Hey, Nav, what's up, man?
What's up, Steve DeLuna? He goes, keep talking. I got nothing else to do.
Well, we don't know anything about the Raiders, so we're just talking out of our ass. We don't know what's going on.
Let's see. Where are we? I'm a little behind on this. Let's see. I say the same thing every year. Trenches. But if this staff wants Jeanty, then hell yeah, let's go.
Well, yeah. Well, if they take him, got to root for him.
Oh, I'm definitely Ben. I'm all on the trade back. I am completely on board with the trading back.
I want more picks.
The more picks, the better.
Yeah.
Jeff Chris, Steelers, Jets, Saints want to trade for a QB. Bears, Cowboys want to trade for a running back. Who would you trade with?
Who give me the best
Whoever
offer?
offers the most.
The best offer.
Whoever's giving us the most.
What you put? When you go sell a car, you put the sticker price like $9,000 or OBO.
Or best offer. OBO.
OBO. So what the best offer?
They call him something like that. I was wrong when you posted that. Let's see, Salute Nation. What's up, Ducky? How you doing, brother?
Hey, Ducky, what's going on, bro?
We can finish mid-pack and still trade up to get Manning, for example. The hype on Arch Manning is driving me.
Well, let's see him play this year because he didn't play but one
game. He hasn't
done
it. I mean, he couldn't even be out Quentin Ewers. I mean,
exactly.
Come on.
Quentin Ewers was a mid-level quarterback. Come on.
I mean, granted, I know he was a freshman, but you know what it is? It's the hype because of the last name and the bloodlines in that family. I get it. I get the hype. I mean,
it's that. That's all it is.
But it doesn't always work that way. The bloodlines don't always follow. I mean, look at some of these great NFL players. Their sons don't turn out to be superstars sometimes. It just. I mean.
Look at Frank Gore. Look at Frank Gore's son, Frank Gore Jr.
Still early, but Marvin Harrison Jr. right now, he hasn't turned out to be what everybody thought he was going to be his rookie year. I mean, but apart, that's where he ended up too. That has a lot to do.
Yeah, look at Frank Gore Jr. Frank Gore was a hell of a running back, but just his son.
Yeah, was. That dude was fucking solid.
Yeah, you don't hear too much about Frank Gore's son, but it is what it is.
Jeanty or Henderson? Oh, I'd be Henderson all day long.
All the way.
Trippy Solo.
Well, it's just going to be late. He'll be a late pick. Won't be a first round pick.
2026 first and early second and third this year. If we get no need for the pick, yeah. Let's see. Raiders track record for drafting well. Raider P after the first 3 rounds is not good. True.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah. That is true.
What's up, Rafa? How you doing, brother?
What's up, Raf?
Nah, man, my brother said he would play for the Raiders, but he's 63. Shit, I'd go play for him right now.
Play for Raiders. Yeah, I'm 61, so let's go. We got the old man team.
I'll be 55 in a month, so.
Too old. You're too old. You got to be 60 or above.
Yeah.
Maybe too young.
Just because the Raiders couldn't run the ball well, talking heads project Jeanty as the number 6 pick.
Exactly
that's just
exactly what it is.
Running back. What's up, Rebel? I'm starting to think Jeanty won't be there at 6. Oh, I think he's probably still going to be there.
I don't think so.
Possibly.
I don't think so.
What team should take him before us? The Patriots aren't gonna.
It's not that. It's that one of these teams that want Jeanty might reach up to trade.
Yeah, I mean that is a possibility. I think that if anything, that's what's going to happen is someone's going to trade up and move up to grab him.
Yeah,
sooner than later.
Especially especially all the noise. Excuse me, all the noise and mock draft picks and all the media is like, so Raiders will probably take Jeanty at 6. Look at Spytech went dinner with Jeanty. All that.
Mm-hmm.
So teams are like, well, we want Jeanty, like the Cowboys. They're like, what? We got to move up before the Raiders can get him.
Yeah, Steve Doolin. We'll see if Kelly bangs the table for his Ohio boys. I mean, in all honesty, I've always said we should draft 2 running backs in this draft. I mean, it's a possibility where you could actually get both of them.
Yeah, no.
If you make the right moves, you could get both of those guys.
Yeah, didn't we do a mock draft? We picked both of them back to back.
Yeah, I did that in one of the fans.
Yeah, we
one
did
of the mock drafts.
Yeah.
I ended up with back-to-back second-round picks, and I took them. I took Judkins and Henderson. 1-2.
I was with you. You traded.
Yeah.
We traded. Yeah.
It just worked out that I had that someone offered me a trade that was going to give me the next pick on top of our second rounder. I'm like, fuck that. Yeah, I'll take that. And I got lucky. It got to us, and both guys were available, and I took them both.
Jeffrey, this is all right, man. You're the pinnacle of your life. I said, Jeffrey, damn, I'm bummed. I thought I was going to be 55. Just realized I'm only 56. All right, Jeffrey, man. Welcome to the club. 55 and over. Hey, now you get to go Denny's, man. Get that senior citizen meal. 1 egg, 1 toast, 1 bacon.
Spytech is running smoke and mirrors on Jeanty for draft capital. We are trading down for Campbell linebacker and get first next year and second picks. Your thoughts? I'd be all for that. G.I. Campbell, hell yeah.
Well, come on, yeah. But you're right. Spite probably is running a scheme, making everybody think we're gonna get Jeanty.
Rebel, how you been, brother? I haven't seen you in a little bit. I know we
Yeah.
haven't talked much lately. Things have been a little fucking haywire for me right now too. I'm into that trade back twice. This draft is loaded with second. Oh yeah, I mean second and third round. The amount of talent that's in there is going to fill a lot of our needs.
Yep. Exactly.
Question: which free agent available at wide receiver would you sign now? Cooper, Lockett, Renfrow, or someone else?
Lockett.
Yeah, that's what I say too. I'm on for Lockett. Let's see. Yeah, we do not eat, sleep, drink Raiders. We have no clue what we're talking about.
Yeah, we have no idea who the Raiders. Don't they play in Oklahoma City? Oklahoma City Raiders.
Pava?
Is that what they are? Oklahoma City Raiders? Is that right?
Yeah. No. I hope we're not drafting Jeanty, but I know some people do. Oh, I said running back is better than why Judkins and Henderson.
That depends what you want.
I mean, out of the, I like Henderson a little bit more than Judkins, but I still wouldn't. I would take either one of them.
It depends because one's a speed back, one's a hard runner.
1 year too old, Jeff. I'm eligible at 54. I'm 62. Let's see. Jeanty will sell seats and jerseys plus be rookie of the year. Patriots and Jaguars need game changer like Jeanty. Jaguars, yes. Patriots, they still. I mean, they've got a more immediate need in New England than running back. That's the thing. They still need a wide receiver, and they still need an offensive tackle big time. Which is why I see them going offensive tackle first. Jeanty has a great character. What's up, all right, Raider? Duke could have left Boise and he didn't. He was loyal as fuck. Yeah, and they ran the shit out of him too. That's what scares me. Is that he's just been run so much.
Exactly, man. He's like 40 attempts to get 105 yards. Like, Jesus, man. Come on.
Yeah, I would take that wide receiver too. I don't even want to pronounce his name. I keep trying and I keep fucking it up.
Yeah. Egbuka. I like him, dude. He's pretty good. I like him.
I do like Egbuka.
Yeah. He's underrated.
Higgins jumped up after the combine too. He had a really, really good combine. What's up, Daniel Barry? What's going on, brother? How you doing? I'd have to look this one up, Arnie. I'm not sure who our last rookie of the year drafted by the Raiders was. Woodson? I can't think of anybody that's been that good as a rookie.
I think it had to be Woodson. That's the only I can remember. I don't think. No.
I'm not good with shit like that.
I don't know. I looked that up. I remember Woodson. It was confirmed today. Red Nation was negotiating with Lockett. Well, we are. I haven't seen anything about that, but that'd be fine. I'll bring him in. He knows Geno. They know each other.
Yeah, I'm all for that.
He's still fast, so it's like he's slow. He got good hands.
I got a super chat here from Navman. Thank you, Navman. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you very much. About gave Gravy a coronary when I said Jeanty staying at Boise. Loyalty or a bit worried stats. Worried stats change in SEC or Big Ten. My bad. Shouldn't have.
Well, you gave you a coronary.
Thanks, man. Combination of any two running backs in this year's draft is better than what the Raiders had last year. Oh, fuck yeah.
Oh, hell yeah, Felix.
You put Chris and I back there, fat man and the guy that's had a stroke back there is fucking running backs.
Yeah, I can get a ball with one hand. Yeah, I still do better than these fuckers. So you asked my 40 times, about 15 seconds, so I can still do better.
What's up, Arnold? Yeah, Henry and Barkley ran a lot in college as well, but again, they went to two teams that weren't set up for true success with those guys, and that's the problem. There's an article that Daniel Jeremiah put out. If you read the article, I got to find the link again. If you read the article, it makes total sense. So running backs only have about 3.5 to 4 years lifetime in the NFL. That's on average. Okay. So look at how long Barkley was in New York for and how he was under not underused, but because the team just could not get the run established. Yeah, he had some great years with 1,500 yards here. What happened when he went to Philly, who had an awesome offensive line, had a defense that took pressure off the offense, had receivers and a quarterback that could move the ball. And what did he do? He ran for 2,000 yards and they won a Super Bowl. They were ready. That team was set up. If they would have drafted a running back last year, they probably would have had possibly the same success. Not yardage wise with the running back, but
But
Barkley's years wasted in New York
they were
hurt him.
built. They were
Yep.
built. Like I said, they had their quarterback, they had receivers, they had the O line, the defense. They say they knew exactly what they needed. That's why they traded for Barkley.
Derrick Henry in with the Titans. Yeah, they had some good years. He had obviously some great years running the ball, but the rest of the team wasn't progressing enough to get them to where they needed to be. Now he's in Baltimore. He's got a hell of a lot better talent around him in Baltimore now. Yeah, they couldn't get the job done this year. They just weren't the better team this year. Again with them, a couple more pieces of the puzzle, and they could be at that point. I don't think he's going to have to wait as long as he did in Tennessee because Tennessee, it just wasn't happening with them. Philly right now, they could easily repeat. To be honest with you, they're still that good. They lost some players, but Philly drafts well, man. They draft smart. They draft well.
Especially on defense.
They rebuild that team fast.
And they had two rookie starting cornerbacks, 2 rookies.
See, we were right. It was Woodson.
Yeah, that's the only I can remember. Woodson. They never had a rookie of the year. Or he came close to it.
Oh, Eric says Marcus Allen, though.
Well, that's later. But Woodson came later. That was the last one.
Let me see off my Jeff. He got also fucking Arnie. The Jacobs. Oh, Jacobs won it in 2019. Did he? I don't. Why do I not remember that? It wasn't like that. I could see if it was 15 years ago, and my memory's, my memory's not the best right now as it is anyway with everything I'm going through. But still,
he won Rookie of the Year that year.
He might have. I could be wrong. I don't know.
Offensive Rookie of the Year. I don't remember that. If he did, okay. Then why did we let him go?
Yeah. Where am I at? All right. What do we do with Zamir White? Cut him. Try and trade him. I don't know. If he's still in this running back room at the start of the season, I'll be amazed.
He'll be there. It's but they're like, well,
I just I don't know. Yeah, I want Lockett too. What's up, Cool Kev? What's going on, brother?
Cool Kev. What's up, brother? Who's in Antelope? Antelope Valley or the city of Antelope, Sacktown? Where are you at?
Let's see. I'd rather draft a weapon in the first, but the top 4 offensive tackles and top 3 guards might be gone by the 37th pick. Yeah, true.
True.
I would definitely love one of the guards more than the tackle, to be honest with you.
How many guards?
I would take guard first and go tackle after. Because either way, we're going to find a replacement for Colton Miller. Because this current season is his last year under contract. So we need to bring somebody in that can be groomed behind him, or an actual replacement for him for the 2026 season. Because either we re-sign him or he's gone. So we're still going to need something, or we're going to wait and draft that next year's draft. Who knows? Or free agency still.
Well,
all unproven in the NFL deserve our praise and our questions. It is not disrespect; it's natural and required. Yeah, true. I wouldn't be surprised if Kappa ends up starting, to be honest with you. everybody's busting his balls, me included. I gave him shit. I mean, I was calling him Kappa the Crapper when we first got him.
He could be. He's bigger. He's not as fast.
Yeah, and that's just it. I mean, he's got the experience. You know, he's been on a winner before. You know, so he knows how to win. Obviously, he's familiar with it.
He's a little slower.
Could he beat one of those guys out? Yeah,
he's a little slower than those guys, but you know he has good anchor. So we'll see. It's good because he's a vet. You know, he's been around for a while, so he can help these young cats. Hey, this is what you do, damn it. Because most of the line besides Miller, they're all like 1-2 year guys.
Just seeing McCullough fans say he could outrun both you guys on crutches. Oh, I'm sure he probably could.
Probably can. More likely he will.
Yeah, he might make us better, but how much better? You know, if we don't address the offensive line, that's why I'd rather take those first few picks and use it to beef up the line. You know, so we can use a running back and get what we want out of them. Everybody just wants that shiny object. It's either Shedeur Sanders or Jeanty.
Well, see, here's the thing, though. You mentioned before, Atlanta Falcons drafted that kid in the number 7 pick when he did. They didn't get any better. They still was the same mediocre team. Look at the Colts. They got Taylor. Yeah. They're still the same. They haven't, you know, they got the playoffs and missed the playoffs. So a run back doesn't change the whole dynamic of a team. You need a whole team around it.
So where's the flexes? I read an article yesterday saying Boise forced those carries trying to get him a Heisman. Barkley was insane at Penn State, and that was going against Ohio State, Michigan, not Baylor and Oklahoma State. Yeah, true.
True.
Speaking of Philly, is Bradbury washed up or still on Coach Graham's radar? Oh, I don't know. Let's see, question: would you keep Carter Bradley as our third string QB or undrafted free agent? I think Bradley will end up on the practice squad. We're not going to keep 4 quarterbacks on the active roster.
No, they won't.
You know, so whoever, if we draft a quarterback, I mean, there's a chance we might not. Who knows? You know, the only people that know that are the people in the organization right now that are making the decisions.
I still think they will.
People can say they've got their insiders giving them info and everything, but until that moment happens, you're not going to know.
I haven't seen Brad play for that preseason game, so I don't know if he even fits the system that they're going to run. So I don't know.
Yeah.
But it's definitely going to get more athletic at quarterback. They're going to draft a quarterback.
Nah, man, take some man to the train station. Yep, training camp. Who knows? We could decide his fate before that too. You never know.
Yeah, they draft a lot of running backs. They might just cut him loose now because he's like they won't lose any money.
You know what? That's a good question on him. I don't know. I know is he still? He is. Yeah. Okay. Because I know they just brought in 2 new people, so one new guy for the training.
Last time I checked, he was. Let's see.
Wife got me one of those Reese's peanut butter eggs. I eat that now.
My wife buys them, but she's small up, so I never get any. Let's see. Let's see. Training staff. Yeah, he's still there because they bought in 2 new guys, Matthew File and Haley Roberts. Those 2 new guys. Yeah, he's still there.
As far as lobby, I don't know. I mean, new coaching regime, who knows whether they like him or not, if they want to keep him. Again, these are all things, questions that we're going to have to wait until OTAs start.
Mm-hmm.
I honestly don't have a take on the lobby, what they're going to do with him. I mean, I can tell you what I think we should do with him, but I don't know if I'm done with him yet.
I don't. You know what? I think he needs another chance. Another system with better coaches. Because last year's coach was a fucking laughing stock for the NFL. So I think we need a better. Who's the running back coach then? What was his name?
No, I forgot who it was. I don't remember. At this point, I'm beyond what the.
Yeah, I know they fired him, but I like who was that?
Well, they did. The only coaches they held over from last year were Patrick Graham and Philbin, I believe. I mean, everybody else has been fucking out the door.
Yeah,
you know. He didn't get a fair shake. I mean, he fumbled that one time, and then he like never saw the light of day again, except for special teams.
And see what that does. What that does to the player, it ruins it messes up their confidence. They just like, and now they're not confident going out there.
See, Nabman says the same thing we both just did. Basically, it's hard telling how Lobby is seen with the new staff. Curious to see, though. I am too. I'm curious.
I'll give him another chance. I would. Zamir White, no. You have 2 years to do shit. You ain't did nothing. So, but Lobby, I'll give him another shot. Okay, see what you can do, kid.
What's up, Pigs? What's going on?
Hey, Pigs, what up, brother?
We're going to take some Project QB. I mean,
well, yeah, of course.
I mean, you should always draft a QB, regardless of how good they are, how bad they are. There should always be a QB drafted. Always. You know, there's years when Carr was here that we never drafted a QB.
That was my point earlier.
You know, we never did that competition thing.
We had nobody push Carr. We had nobody, had Carr looking over source. Say, if I don't do good, I'm out. No, we didn't have that for years. I don't know. Call me crazy. I'll say they take Jalen Monroe because there's a lot of hype about him in the Lakers room. Lakers.
Zamir walking fast to the train station. He probably wouldn't find his way since he can't find a running lane to save his life.
805. All right. With a haymaker. Well, he just was for one of his horses he got.
The Zeus went from Zamir to Smear White.
Smear White.
We got the most potential. Who got the most potential at safety? Trey Taylor, Chris Smith Jr. I don't know on that. I'm not a.
Oh.
I'm not going to pretend to be a know-it-all, or when it comes to the secondary, I don't know the secondary as well, and I admit that right up front. That's not my forte.
We got too much. We got too many small sample sizes. I didn't really get a chance to even play. Special teams, yeah, but they didn't really see him.
Yep. See, Jeffrey said the same thing too. I think a competent team needs to draft a quarterback pretty much every year. Yep. Yeah. Without a doubt.
Yeah.
Chris, who's your favorite Raider ever? Arnie wants to know.
Rod Martin.
Rod Martin. I knew that. I've heard you say that many a times.
Right. That's my favorite player all the time.
I think the Project QB we draft has to be similar to Geno, or the Geno trade makes less sense. I get that.
Yeah.
Because if we're going to build a system for him and his abilities, you want to draft a quarterback that's got those same tendencies, because you don't want to have to alter the plan too much. Because if it's working, then why fix what's not broke,
Yeah, because you don't want a running quarterback and he gets hurt, then you got to put a pocket quarterback in there and they got to change the whole system around. You don't want to do that. You want to put it similar.
So Lovey will get his shot in camp, but his fumbles in preseason and regular season was his downfall. Oh, without a doubt. But usually when that happens, it's like you just give the guy another shot, just like the whole, get it back up on that horse, give it a shot again. What are you waiting for?
Because he was running good until he fumbled the ball. He had a good run, then got to fumble. So then when they took him out, that fucked up his confidence. And then, he never got another shot.
So Alex says he'd like to see Gainer get some reps this season, too.
Yeah, me too.
I like this one. Zamir, maybe he needs LASIK. Yeah, possibly.
No, he needs a seeing eye dogs. That's so cannot find the damn holes.
Yeah, but you can't put them on the field. The dogs will get hurt. I'm more protective of the dogs than I am the players. So.
I'm just saying.
So, Chris and Jeff, who is your most hated Raider ever?
Ooh. I don't
I
hate
got mine.
anybody. I don't like anybody that play for the Raiders, so that's hard to say.
Oh, I got mine.
Go ahead.
Warren Sapp.
Ooh. Really?
Warren Sapp.
That's
Without
hard
a
to
doubt.
say.
Can't stand that fucking guy.
Hard to say on that.
Well,
You know what?
While he was here, when what he did when he was playing, he was still decent when he played. It's all the bullshit mouthy shit he did after he was off the team, and how much he just dissed the entire organization and everything. Fuck him. I hate him. I want nothing to do with him.
I could say Antonio Brown, but he wasn't a Raider long, so I really can't put
Antonio Brown was here. He was here less time than the length of some of our Friday night shows.
Yeah, so I can't put him in a mix. It was hard to say.
That guy was a fucking blur. He walked in the building one door and went out the other, and we never saw him again.
Like a temporary agency. Like, yeah, you get you for one day, and that's it. Okay, thank you. Mark Wilson.
Yeah, you can trade a quarterback if you get too many. They are a great asset. Of course they are.
Oh yeah, easy.
Steve DeLuna says Mark Wilson.
Yeah,
the flag says Moss.
Randy Moss.
Yeah. Timmy Brown is his favorite player. Arnie's. I like Tim Brown.
I like it too. He's on my list of top 5. So yeah.
Breakout players on offense: Ramel Keaton, and defense Amari Gainer.
I forgot about Ramel Keaton. They didn't use him at all last year. I think one game he dropped the ball, he took him out. Jesus.
What's up, Rosetown?
Hey, Rosetown, salute, bro.
Yeah, Jamarcus Russell, LaMarcus Russell. Yeah, Arnie and Alec both say him. Yeah, you could definitely put him in that grouping for sure.
Oh man,
but I just despise.
You know what time
Sapp.
it is? You know what time it is? You know what time it is?
Time to end the show.
Jeff, no, yeah, I gotta go. I gotta do my other show, the Chiefs podcast. Oh, it's that time. It's that time of night. Let me do this.
Let me see here.
It's that time of night.
I know what it is, though.
It's
that time of night to. Excuse me, boss. Oh, that time of night.
Is that time of night?
Buddy. Thanks, Chris. Appreciate it.
Always. Welcome, new members, to Jeff's channel. Salute.
My guy, Chris. I appreciate you, brother.
Not a problem, brother.
I'm gonna owe you like 50 memberships once you finally get you monetized.
that'll be what, in 3 years when you won Super Bowl? Yeah, okay.
Nah, we'll get you there. We'll get you there. Make sure everybody gets over to Chris for Raiders channel. It is posted in the description down below. So make sure you guys go over, click on that link, subscribe, hit the notification. Him and I usually have a tendency to go on live during the day, during the week. Him more so than me lately because I just can't stay awake lately during the day. And it's a health thing. But make sure you get over to his channel. Hit that subscribe, hit that notification, thumbs up. He's streaming right now also, so show him some love, guys. Also down below in the description is my guy LV Raider 10, who's my co-host on Wednesday nights on the Raider Connection, and my co-host on Raiders Coast to Coast on Thursday nights. And him and I both have a gaming channel too. So like I've been for a little while streaming games on this channel. But I changed that up now. I started my own gaming channel. So that's in the description below too. It's East Coast Raider Gamer. Where any games I play, no matter what it is, it doesn't necessarily sports related.
Told you, man.
I'll be streaming on there.
I told you, man, you gotta get the game and join me in Farmer Simulator 22, man. We gotta plow some fields together.
You're behind me. You got to get.
Oh, man, I
get the new one.
No, I can have
you. Got to get the new one.
I'll get the new one, but I have you picking cotton for me. Cotton. So yeah.
Okay. Damn.
You gonna open it up now?
Yeah. So there's that in there. Plus LV. It's LV Raider Gaming is his channel also for the gaming. Afakasi does the Tecmo Bowl. I know when we do the Tecmo Bowl, we're going to do that on like my channel, his channel. That I'll do on this. Like Tecmo Bowl, I'll do on this, or Madden. Sometimes I'll do on this channel. But any other games I play, and there's a shit ton of games I have in my system that I can play. So you could be watching me play a fucking first person shooter game. You just turn it on and I'm there playing that. So I'll play anything and everything.
He's doing the Technical Super thing. What they call it? Desert Bite Bowl on Sunday. So you guys watch it. Stay tuned.
Yeah, I played last week. The first time actually playing it this way. And I mean, I haven't played it since it came out, since I was a kid. And the muscle memory came back on that, man. I was having a blast playing that. And actually, I beat Nate. That's all I care about. I got to win, and I beat Nate, the little bastard. I had Afakasi on the ropes at the beginning, but then he blew it open. Alex says Randy Moss. Navman Woodson is his favorite. Most hated has to be Barrett Robbins, but not his fault knowing what was happening to him. Yeah, that one hit hard. Definitely with him.
So who?
What's up, Rorschach? What's going on, brother?
Hey, Rorschach. What hit hard to you? I missed it.
Uh-huh.
I had a call coming. Who hit hard? I didn't hear. What was that? Who you are talking about? Who are you guys just talking about? What guy? What person? I missed the whole thing. I had a call come in.
Barrett Robbins. Nabman said Woodson is his favorite. His most hated has to be Barrett Robbins. But he said not his fault knowing what happened to him. Yeah, that one hit hard is what I said.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
It was the night before the Super Bowl, and he just fucking up and disappeared to Tijuana to go to a donkey show or something.
Yeah, I think he had issues. We don't know
Sapp
what.
And Antonio Brown are Alex's pick. Kama got him big time. Yep. Whoa, what did I miss? Arnold said, thank you for the membership.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. I appreciate you, brother.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. I hated the other Brown, the tackle from the Oh yeah. Trent
Brown.
Trent Brown. Yeah. Jack Kenny's announced. What's up, Jack?
He didn't want to be
Jack's
here.
favorite rate is going to be Otto, so we know that already.
Yeah, Trent Brown didn't want to be here. We traded for him. He didn't want to be here.
Nah, man, got to have a good commentator for that game, for that game channel. Yeah, Arnold also said Robbins here. Yo, that's not a bad one either, though. Tyree Wilson, that fucking bum.
Well, this is him and Devin White. They better you know what? This is White and Wilson's pretty much last year. If they don't do anything this year, they got to go while they still in their rookie contract. They got to get rid of them.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah, because you're useless to us.
So he's asking, how much pressure do you think John Spytek is under right now?
No,
I don't know. I don't think there's any. I don't think there's any real pressure. I mean, if anybody's got expectations that we're going to make the playoffs and all that, you're crazy. I mean, does it mean it can't happen? No. I mean, it very well could. I mean, look what happened with the Redskins last year. Nobody expected them to do that well. It's just they were a Cinderella team. They came out of nowhere and they had a great year. You know, does it mean it can't happen to us? Are the chances of it happening very likely? Probably not. You know, not the way we're built right now.
It could happen, but don't expect it.
Let's see what else is in here.
Hey, it's time to open that show up.
CTE equipment wasn't as good and players played through it. Yeah, true.
Yeah, true.
Well, with Barrett Robbins, wasn't he bipolar or something?
Yeah, he had like split personality, something like that.
Yeah. And unfortunately, what really ended up hurting us too was the center that had to play. It wasn't that he was a bad center. It's just that he just didn't have enough play time, you know. So he goes from being the backup center to all of a sudden you're starting in the Super Bowl, brother. You know, that's a lot of pressure for a guy that hasn't played the entire season. That's a lot. I mean, you're asking a lot.
And the biggest
game he's going up against the likes of Warren Sapp.
The biggest game of the year, you got to start. Hey, son, you starting this year with the biggest game of the year. Like, damn.
I mean,
What?
I know they're all professionals, and it's the old mentality of next
Yeah.
guy up, but
They're human. They are human. So they have that, butterflies in the stomach and all that stuff.
So R.I. Raider says Tim Brown is his GOAT. All them QBs he had thrown to him. Yeah, exactly. And that's just it, too. Tim Brown had so many different quarterbacks thrown to him, and he still finished with the numbers that he finished with in his career. Is insane. You know? I mean, God damn, did he have so many quarterbacks thrown to him through the years? Holy shit.
Right? Jeez. Now, Gannon was his last one, wasn't it? Gannon was the last quarterback.
So Trippy says, how much faith do you guys have in Pete Carroll now that he has Geno Smith? I had faith in him before that. I've got a little bit more faith than I had before with Geno there.
I had faith when they had Pete Carroll. I had faith that he'll turn this thing around before the Geno talk even came up. And like I said, that came out of nowhere. So I had faith in him from the beginning. Because I said, guys, do we really want to get another first year head coach? No, let's not do that again. Didn't work.
Oh yeah, Barrett Robbins was nailed a few times for breaking and entering and larceny and all kinds of fucking shit. I mean, he fucking went up the deep end. What's up, Not Bueno? What's going on, brother?
Hey, Not Bueno. What's up, brother?
Let's see. Let me bring this up. Think draft scheme. Pete and John have decent record. Built through draft, supplemental with free agent and trades without overspending. True.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. We haven't really overspent. Some people will say we did with Geno, but I mean,
that's a good contract. They just leaked the contract today. Did you see the contract? That's a great contract.
Basically, it's a 3-year contract. So he was already under contract for this current season coming up. So basically, all we did was we extended him for 2 years. It's not a fresh, brand new contract. We just extended his contract.
Yeah, but so we get a 31. The second year is guaranteed $18 million. The third year, we can say walk. It's not guaranteed. The third year is 43, but it's not guaranteed. So we can get out the contract after the second year. That's a great contract. I don't know what everybody's talking about who spent too much. Hell, they
some people were bitching about it.
They get sent down $33 million. They only had one good year. Geno had like 3-4 good years, and we pay him that much. Come on, get out of here. Get out. Would you rather pay Mitch this money? Do.
So it's an hour in now. So you ready, Chris?
Ready for what?
Posting the link.
What we doing?
Posting the link.
Oh God, people coming in. I thought we were just gonna be eating you tonight. No, I was kidding.
Why, you want to just hold my hand? Hold my hand.
No, man, no.
Okay.
Oh shit. Yeah, bring them in. Let's talk.
All right. So the link is up. Anybody that wants to come on in and join the be on camera and talk up the Raiders or whatever. You want to talk comic book heroes? I don't give a shit.
That's what all about.
Friday night, we talk about anything and everything you fucking want to talk about. So
that's what it's all about, man.
Come on in. There's the link. Hurry up and come in so I can put you on screen because I want to go outside for a cigarette. Well, if I go now and somebody come in and then not gonna be able to bring them up on screen.
Yeah, I can't. I don't have control of that.
No.
I could.
Don't be shy now. Where's Jason tonight? Where's Jason Downs?
He was on earlier.
He's usually in here. I'm shocked.
I think he's mad at you.
Oh, figured he'd be here. Boop, not man.
You know he was coming in.
Old fuck.
What's going on, fellas? How you doing?
What's up, man?
Oh boy. Yeah, I just like stirring up shit, I guess.
Bueno, Bueno say he's naked. You can come in, it's fine.
Oh, Bueno. I'll tell you what.
Just let's show you the top part. Don't show the rest.
Hey.
I can just blank the screen out for him.
Yeah.
Just delete his camera.
God, shit, right? But when Bueno and I get in a chat together, regardless of where it's at, it's like this huge chat comedy show. It's just love that dude.
Yeah, Jack, go do what you got to do. We've only been on for an hour. It's not going to be an early night. It's not going to be a super long night. I can tell you that much. Because I am going to be up all night tonight. I know I am, and I just want to play video games after this tonight. I am just in that mood. And we'll play a first-person shooter and shoot somebody in the face. What's up, Fidel? What's going on, brother? So we're 3 weeks from today, we'll be on day 2 of the NFL draft. We'll be at the second and third round. By this time, we'll be winding down on the third round. So I know the game plan for that week is, I know I'm definitely going live. You know, Chris, I know you'll be in with me. So at least you and I are definitely in. I know, I don't know who else is going to be getting on. What's up, Moval? I don't know who else is going to be coming on as far as content creators, but I can envision a bunch of us being on live for that.
Oh, everybody's gonna be on. Every content.
Yeah, I mean, the big deal is going to be Thursday night, the first pick. You know, the first round Thursday night is going to be, you know, that's where all the excitement is basically. And actually, for me, I think the excitement's in the second, third round.
Yeah,
now we're really
round to me. I'm looking at. First round, the first round, you pick the first round, number 1 pick, blah, blah, blah. But I think the second and third, the third round, the second round is when we get those key players. You know, the offensive linemen, the running backs, the receivers. That's where you get your key players. And sometimes the fifth, fourth, and fifth rounds are good too. But you know, first round is all the hoopla and the hype.
Yep.
Looks like Jack Kenna's gonna pull up. He said he's gonna finish this smoke, go to the store, and he'll be in.
We'll be gone by then.
Sounds like a long.
We'll be gone by then. Depends on how long of a ride it is to the store.
With Jack Kenna smokes, man, it'll be a long ride. That'll be a long time.
Yeah, I mean, if he smokes.
He smoked those what they call those 120s filters, the long ones.
Yeah, smoke those 120s. It could take you forever. And by God, you can't.
I thought he smoked like Parliaments or Virginia Slims. What were those real thin?
Yeah, the 120. They're 120s.
Like the chick cigarettes, you know, the ones women would smoke.
120s. One of my ex-girlfriends smoked that day. I tried smoking one day. What the hell is this shit? It's like smoking paper. Like, damn, it took 2 days to smoke that damn cigarette.
and you can't have
funny thing about Randy Moss, right? So when Randy Moss was with New England, he bought a house in Lincoln, which is the town that I grew up in. And his son, Thaddeus, played for Lincoln High School. He went to Lincoln High School, which was my high school that I went to. And he played for them. And he was good. When he was in high school, he was really, really good. He was like the best player in the state at that point. So like everybody was like all over him, and Randy would show up to the games, you know, so that always drew a crowd too. I never went to any of the games while his kid was playing, but I always heard that, you know, it created quite a buzz in a crowd. But yeah, I think I don't know if he still owns the house in Lincoln or not, but there's a small airport that is literally like a quarter of a mile from his house that a lot of like the Cessna style size planes, Learjets, private jets take off from. And that he actually had a plane that was there. So he would fly in and out of that North Central Airport all the time, constantly. Like if he went somewhere, he never went to TF Green, like it's like the international airport in the state. But yeah, I was sort of funny. And one of my buddies that I grew up with lived in the house next door to him on that road where he lived too. And I said, "Do you ever see him?" He goes, "Oh yeah." I said, "Do you ever stop and talk to him?" He goes, "Oh yeah." I said, "Really?" I said, "How's he in real life?" Like, you know, he goes, "He's all right. He's can be kind of a dick, you know." I said, "Oh, I'm not surprised." You know.
Oh, freaking Sacktown flipping freaking Kenna some shit over there.
Hurry up and sign in, Jack. Yeah.
Go to the store already. Hurry up. Sign in. We want to see you.
Camel Wise were my thing when I smoked the Marlboro Reds. What's
No
up,
wonder
Gord?
you
How we
smoking
doing,
in-
brother?
that right there freaking just choked the life out of me. Oh my God. Something like that.
This is what I do. I got the Camel Crushes.
I just wish I didn't do any of it. I probably
Yeah,
should.
me too. I started in high school.
yeah.
The first ones I ever smoked were Marlboro menthols. Puked my brains out.
Oh, really?
Got
That
back in
was
the
the
car and
first
lit up
cigarettes
another
I-
one.
That was the first cigarettes I smoked that got me addicted. Yeah, the Marlboro menthols. Because you know,
Yep.
back in the day, you go down, you go to places. They used to have cigarette girls. They give out little 10 packs. They just give out free cigarettes. That's why I got mine and smoked it. Like, oh, I'm hooked.
And then somebody says cigarettes, and guess what I need to do?
Yeah.
You know,
Well, you're out in your shop, so you can just freely do. I'm in the house. I can't do it here. Chris
Yeah,
is
my
in his Chris is in his he shed, so he can light up whenever he wants.
my wife
Raider
doesn't
cave.
smoke in the
Damn
house.
it. It's my Raider cave.
It's a he shed.
Oh, you want to? There's a funny story. Where's the flag? Right? Was it the other night? I think. Where's the flag? You can correct me if I'm wrong, but I went. Do you realize your initials is WTF?
Yeah, I was in the chat when you did that.
Okay,
Yeah.
I can't remember. And he's like, "Damn, never even thought that."
What the fuck? What do you mean?
Yeah,
You serious? It is?
yeah.
What the-
Found that hilarious, man.
Rhode Island, you can still get menthols in Rhode Island. Massachusetts, which for me is like a mile in that direction, you can't get them there.
You're good,
Like,
Wes.
if I go to the store local here and they run out, and I go to one over the line in Massachusetts, I can't get menthols there. You know,
See what-
which kind of sucks, but
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
usually. I'm not in Massachusetts enough to have it an issue.
Yeah, we can't get them out here neither. You can get certain stores that still have like the back supply, but they want like
Yeah.
$25 for a pack of cigarettes. Like,
Damn,
yeah,
damn.
they'll sell in the back room.
That's how it gets me.
Like
That's how,
drugs.
that's how to get me quitting. Freaking hit me right in the wallet. Hit me right in the wallet. I could be quitting. Yep. No doubt. You see what Bueno said, Jeff? And
I saw that.
I just
Dude,
hope
she's been asleep for an hour now, so I ain't waking her up.
I just hope Raider Deb doesn't pop in at any moment soon to see that comment.
Anywho,
She might light him up.
yeah, exactly. All of them can't get menthols in California anymore. They have them, and if they had the back stock, they had some before they did the rules, and they sell them like shit, like going to a drug house. You got menthols? Follow me. Go in the back room.
Yeah, I got you, bro. Right here. I got you.
So, Nev, what do you think about Geno's contract?
I loved it. I personally was kicking around a lot of things on it, and I was looking into all the legal stuff, and I think a lot of the reason why it took so long is because of it. Because like, who owes who what?
It's so full of shit, Bueno. I'm sorry. He said his wife is his Facebook. I mean, his YouTube photo.
He's pro woman.
Yeah.
It's all good. I was teasing you, bro. It was just I was simply teasing you.
Okay.
But I think the Geno contract was great. It was actually
Talk amongst yourselves. I'm going out for a cigarette. I'll be right back.
it was better than I thought it was going to be perfectly honest with you, because had we killed that extension and made a new contract, it'd have been 44 plus, in my opinion.
That's what I thought they were going to do, but I kind of like this way better because they give them, like I said, they gave them they don't pay them 31, so they're going to keep that.
Yep.
Then next year they're going to pay, I forgot much, but it's only 18 million guaranteed.
Right.
The third year is 43 million. That's not guaranteed. So
right.
Eventually they say, you know what? You don't want to be here. You don't like it or whatever. you can walk in the third year.
And that's a team.
They won't take a hat. They won't take a cap hit.
Yep, and it's a team or player option. Either one of them can opt out of that third year.
Yeah, exactly. And they won't take a major cap hit. They only had to pay the $18 million from the year 2. So I think it's a good thing. People say you pay too much for them. Like, that's crazy.
You remember me throwing that $18 million number around there before all of this? And I was trying to figure out where that number was coming from. And I was thinking it was roster incentive and roster bonus. It's actually just the difference in the guaranteed money versus the salary. And it was the salary cap number versus what we're actually paying them, if you know what I'm saying. Yeah. So the 18 million, I was really struggling with that 18 million. I thought Seahawks owed him 18 million for the roster bonuses, but turns out.
What's up, Billy Davis? Hey, salute, brother. How you doing? Welcome to the channel.
Turns out
I can't highlight you guys' chat because Jeff's control of that. So yeah, what you finish his nail and coffin nail. He'll be back. But the thing is this: I look at the contract, and like I said, it's for 3 years. You know, this year, next year, and the year after that.
Yep.
So that means that the Raiders are still going to draft a quarterback this year. They're going to wait till next year in the rest of his class. Why wait? I mean, there's some good quarterbacks they can draft. They should draft a quarterback that kind of fits Chip Kelly's style of offense and it's like what Geno Smith does, so they got to change much. I mean, we mentioned that earlier. So, first person that came to mind wasn't Shadir Sanders. It was Jalen Milroe.
Jalen Milroe, too. Yeah.
He will fit sitting behind Geno Smith. And plus, you can have, what's his name, Olsen, quarterback coach, who worked with Carr, helped Carr out, can coach him up to get a little more accuracy, take also that damn steam off the ball, like touch passes for a year or two.
Yeah.
So that was my flight. And they had been talking about Jalen Milroe in the Raiders organization, I heard. My sources tell me.
Well, and Chris, my thing is Jalen Milroe wasn't even in my mind at all as far as someone we would draft later on in the third or fourth round. If he goes to the fourth, that would be amazing. But
he won't make it that far.
Right. But he would be the one now that Geno's there. Mm-hmm. I would think that you would think would be the best project for him because that dude's got the athletic ability, he's got the arm strength. Mm-hmm. He just needs the accuracy and needs to figure out the progressions and
that can be taught. That can be taught. That you sit for a year or so, that can be taught. The speed and all that stuff can't be taught. That's just natural abilities.
Exactly.
All that touch passes and everything else, and the reading the defense. Like I said, you sit by Geno for a year or two. We never know. Because before we got Geno Smith, I wouldn't dream of picking Jalen Milroe because he's not that quarterback.
Right.
And sit by O'Connell, he still got to learn too. So no, but now we got better quarterback in there that knows the game of football and is a very intense competitor. So that might be in the works.
Yep. AOC has had no peers that he could learn from the day he was born in the NFL. So it's just, except for failure. All he learned from was failure.
Alex Smith, I know he got along good. That's why you get him now and let him sit. Look what they did with Jordan Love. Jordan Love in the Green Bay. He sat for 4 years. Yep. Now look at him now.
Well, hell,
for a couple years. You don't have to start him right away. And if he doesn't work out, you can move on for him. He's a rookie. You ain't got to pay him much, especially back in the second round or third round. You ain't got to pay him that much.
Yeah, even Brady said that he started way too early. He didn't expect to even come close to starting as early as he did until Bledsoe got hurt.
They're right.
He didn't expect.
Brady said these days NFL quarterbacks shouldn't start right away when they come out of college.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have exceptions like Caleb Williams and Jaden. They had to start them.
Yeah.
But if you have that option where we can draft this guy, you don't have to start because we're not just being a quarterback, but you will sit and learn and wait and be patient.
Yeah.
Then when the time comes, we'll give you the keys to the car.
Yeah. What WTF said it best. Geno's average salary for the next 3 years, outside of guarantees and incentives, is averaging 25 a year.
Hold on.
That's
Salute,
insane.
Salute, AR, man. Oh, there you go. Salute. How you doing? I just want to
That is insane.
Yeah.
25 million a year on average.
What's up, AR?
Incentives and bonus blows my mind that we got him for that. Blows my mind.
Yeah.
Alpha Kasi, what's up, brother?
But then, like I said, people complain that he paid too much. Now we know what pay him. Why?
No.
Give me a break. He's not a backup. He's a starter. So, yeah, I'll pay him.
Yeah.
He did damn good when he was at Seattle. He did the best he could with what he had in Seattle.
I don't know, Jeffrey, if that's a slap in the face to Geno. I think Geno knows he's long in the tooth, and he's gonna be that dude. I think he's humble enough to know
Billy.
that he's not gonna be like Aaron Rodgers getting all pissed off because you drafted someone.
What's up, Tyler?
No, I don't think he's like that.
I don't think he's that way at all. I really don't.
He's a competitor. I'll tell you that. He's a strong competitor. Because you got to remember where Geno came from. He was a starting quarterback when they drafted him from the Jets from West Virginia. He didn't do that well. They sat on the bench. He sat on the bench for 6 years with different teams. He knows how that feels. He felt that feeling like, you know what? This doesn't feel good to me.
Yep.
Now he got a chance to be the starting quarterback. Did good on the Pete Carroll. Now he knows, if they draft a quarterback, he's like, well, yeah, I know how you guys feel. So there it is. So he knows he has experience of being that backup quarterback for 6 years.
So, yeah, there's a lot of stuff on social media that shows pictures of all kinds of different stuff.
Well, everybody has a bad game, Jeffrey. I mean, all quarterbacks have bad days. I mean, nobody has a perfect day every day. It happens. Everybody has a bad day. I'm not worried. I mean, but if you have too many bad days, then okay, we need to talk about it. You might play good for 5 games, and one game you stink to bed, or finally recovered and play the next 5, 6 games straight. Even everybody's favorite quarterback, Mahomes, have bad days. So it has just happened. That's the way it is. That's the way that's the way the cookie crumbles.
Arnold, no doubt about it. Unfortunately, I kind of did look at what Arnold's talking about there. Unfortunately, some of the money, at least next year's, will not have the state tax bonus from Vegas. He will still be paying state taxes.
Yeah, because coming from Seattle, he got paid state taxes for $30 million.
But after that, he'll be good. Yeah. So it's something with the contract or whatever, some legal thing that says that because he got into the new tax year, then guess what? Now he's going to owe Washington state taxes.
Yeah, because he signed a contract in Washington state. So that's this legal tender. You got to pay the tax to Washington.
Right. And it was in this tax year.
Yeah. So
this next tax year. So
we signed a contract a few years ago, but it was signed for this year. So
yes.
you still got to pay taxes.
Yes.
Can't get out that loophole. Sorry.
Right. Sorry about that. That just tells you more about where that really didn't matter to him. You know what I mean? It really didn't. A lot of it had to do with Pete, I do believe.
You see, now Geno Smith is laughing now. Look at darn, you got that money, huh? You got to pay taxes, fool. Next year, I don't.
Yeah, right?
I got to pay no state taxes. I don't know what state taxes are like in Washington, but in California, they're fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, if we would have wrote a new contract for him, I'm pretty sure it'd have been in the 42 to 44 mil range.
Yeah.
So I think it was a great call to just do the extension and be done with it. But that, of course, is what took so long. It was more of who owes who what as far as incentives and all that. So pretty sure that's all hashed out now. So I'm just waiting for the press conference. Did it happen today, or is there
probably next week?
Next week?
Might be Monday.
Yeah, Monday.
My guess would be Monday.
Jason Downs paid $6,400 in state taxes Oh my God, dude.
What happened?
I'm sorry. I live in Tennessee, man. I don't know what that is.
Damn, dude. Hey, Nav, man, I gotta ask you, how close are you to all the shit that was going down in Tennessee with the weather?
With the what?
With the weather that hit Tennessee.
I can only explain it in one way, and hopefully if there's any females in here, it doesn't upset them. We're like in the middle of the vagina.
So you're
whatever.
protected on both sides by mountains.
Yeah, Smokies on one side, Blue Ridge is on the other. So we either get our asses handed to us and nobody else does, or the other way around. It's we kind of got
So
protected.
you're like in the valley between the two mountain ranges, basically, is what you're saying.
I'm up relatively high as far as like when all the floods and stuff were happening from North Carolina. We're in good shape for that. But as far as the mountains are concerned, the weather just doesn't seem to want to jump over that. But when it does, it's what we get most is like hurricane winds.
Yeah.
So I got
that shit looked nasty. What ripped through Tennessee there yesterday?
Yeah, that's
that's brutal. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy.
So you got to. So Knoxville, Tennessee is about 35 miles west. And then Crossville and Smithville, which are the two that got really beat up, are about an hour east of Nashville, which is about the center between Knoxville and Nashville. So that's those folks over there are like Bedford, Indiana. There's tornadoes hit them constantly. It's just a hot zone over there. So, I mean, it's only one of the few places in the United States you see houses like cable shackled to the ground and cement pillars. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's just crazy.
Cement. Just feel like I just started watching the Beverly Hillbillies. Cement.
Who's the
cement? Cement.
Ardell says, shout out Oak Ridge dude. Oak Ridge dude knows exactly what I'm saying. Our bomb city. Oak Ridge. He says bomb city just because of the nuclear plants there, I think, probably.
Oh, Jack's back. Jack, we were just going to end the show.
Yeah, I'm about to leave.
Yeah, Jack. Yeah, nah, we done.
Yeah, we're out of here. Salute Rare Nation. Jeff, we'll see you tomorrow night. Nat.
See everybody. Have a good one.
The link is pinned at the top of the chat, but I just put it up there again. So.
Yeah,
dogs can wear hats. What's up, man?
You should then say when Jack come in, they play your end screen. All right. Hey, Jack, welcome to the show.
Jack, what's your final thoughts?
Yeah, what's your final thoughts?
Oh, I'm not running 9 hours tonight. I'm in for a good 2.5 hours, and then I want to play games tonight. I need to relax and just take my mind off of shit.
Ardell, I live in Sevierville, Tennessee.
I got to pee. I'll be right back.
Oh, there's Jason Downs. Finally come in.
Jason, Jeff is running 9 hours tonight.
Were you busy on your OnlyFans, Jason? That's what took you so long?
Link doesn't take me to the StreamYard. What? Should.
It should.
Navman figured it out. He got him with no problem.
Yeah, and I'm technically challenged.
Yeah, you click the whole link. It should take you right in.
Yeah, Sevier County, Sevierville, Pigeon Forge, Ardell. Chimney's still there. There's chimneys. Yeah. Not a lot of them, but mine has one. Had to fix this trash compactor.
New directional switch. Don't know what that means.
I
got a good trash compactor. You know what my trash compactor is? It's called the brand.
Yeah.
It's called my son. It's called my son.
I was gonna say if I had grandchildren, it'd be called grandson.
Yeah, we call my trash compactor called my son. That's a trash compactor.
Arnold asked how I did in Mitch's races, the March Madness stuff. I'm in the Final Four. I don't know how. but I'm in the Final Four. I don't know how that happened, but I'm there.
With Mitchell Wrench.
Yeah. I know you guys aren't fond. It's okay. I support everybody.
No. I say sometimes he pisses me off. I watch him because sometimes he doesn't get the breaking news real quick, so I watch for that. But I don't not support him. I was a member, but I canceled that membership.
If Navman wins Super Chats for all, probably will happen. Yeah. If I win, every day.
You can put mine in the bank, hold till I get monetized and then some super chat. Just put in the savings and loans, and then they can build interest.
Well, so basically it was a March Madness like race, like a duck race, but with dogs, right? And it's 1-on-1, 64 enter, and 1-on-1 all the way through, Final Four all the way down to the last one, and the winner's $1,600 for a $50 entry. I was like, I'll do that.
Wait a minute, Jack has been in the stream before. What's the problem now, Jack?
Oh shit, Jeff, you sent my email to send the stream link. Oh, you did.
It's in the chat. You just click on it.
Oh, yeah. You just need to click on it in the chat.
Yeah, just click on the chat. It'll take you right in there.
It's way up there now.
It's technology. You can't fit. He's still using a flip phone.
I thought I was the freaking technological freaking retardants freaking deal.
He's still using that Nokia?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I already sent it to you in an email.
He's still using that Nokia?
Yeah, analog.
No, he got that Nextel. He got that Nextel shit going on, Chris.
Nextel. No, Nextel was good. I love Nextel.
Remember the original Nokias that came out? Those big fucking things.
Yeah, I know.
That's what he's using.
I had one.
You remember trying to text?
You know what it costs to make a phone call? You know, you put the number in. You can't see it. You can't see the number. You push it in.
I like 2.0.
If you hit that green button, once you hit the green button, it's $1 a minute.
Yeah,
there he is.
Oh, there he is.
Jack.
Oh, that dude's a whole lot sexier than I thought he was going to be.
What's up, brothers? Good to see everybody here. Nav, it's good to be on the live with you, man.
What's happening, brother? How you doing, man? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, the walkie-talkies were bomb. I love them things.
Yep.
Gravy. Salute, Gravy.
What's up, Gravy?
Oh, the Gravy, too.
There's
the coach. Gravy?
Coach is here.
How you guys doing?
Doing good.
Hey, what's going on, man? It's been a while since you and I have been on together.
Yeah, it's been a while. That's why I came on.
Jack,
to see you guys.
Yeah, I haven't been on with Jack in a little while.
I've been on with Jack in a minute.
Jason, shut up. Bunch of old dudes here, man. You know what?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Bunch of old dudes here. Jason get on too. He's a young man. He's a young man.
He's mad because
he
can't post his OnlyFans here. So no, you can't post it here.
Hey, we ought to charge people to watch this live right here, Jeff. We ought to charge you to be on here. All the expertise we have here.
Yeah, Gravy had a show when Geno signed his contract and got live.
I was live when it happened. I was live when it happened.
Those are the best when you're on live and also something happens.
Something happens.
I didn't expect that. I was the one saying that it's gonna take some time. I wasn't in no rush. I knew it was gonna happen, but I was concerned why it wasn't done. I was asking that question. Yeah, we all had our different thoughts, and when I was live, it just popped up, and I said, "Yeah, there it is, right there." So,
and honestly, I thought it wasn't going to happen until after the draft. I even put that in your chat, Gravy. I was thinking, they're going to make people guess for the draft. So I was pretty shocked.
I thought it was going to happen like a week before the draft started. A week before, I thought it was going to happen then. They break it out.
That's what Navman and I were talking about a couple of weeks ago. He had a pretty good take on it, and that's what we both figured was going to end up happening. It was going to be after the draft or after June 1st, possibly. But we were both wrong.
Geno's case, though, Jeff, I think he was kind of, just think about this. He was trying to, having a strategic type motivation for his contract to be done because he doesn't want a quarterback picked in 6. I don't think he's probably cool with it. He got his money. He's going to get $66 million guaranteed, but that's good. That's good for him. And it was a friendly deal for the Raiders.
Yes, definitely.
I didn't think I was most definitely set in my mind that he was going to get close to $50 million, close to it. And then when he averaged out, I averaged it out. My math is fucking. I'm dumb at math, so about 36 million or something like that.
Right,
roughly. That's better than Stafford. That's that's around Staffordish, around there. Or not Stafford. I mean, around what Donald got.
Donald
got 33.
Yeah,
so that's not,
but he's better than
Sam Donald wanted like 40 million.
Yeah, he's better than Donald. He's better, and I figured, people are saying that he had down season. He had a shitty team, and he had the worst offensive line in football. Got sacked 50-something times, and he threw for 4,000 some yards. And I go, he deserves that money. And it was great for us. You know how I am with us picking the free agents and the budgets that we're in, and we got the money spent. You got the money, spend it, bro.
What the hell's going on with these people talking old people? What the hell?
For a couple of seasons.
Well, because Jason Downs asked Gravy, how old are you? And then Rosetown says Gravy is old enough. Then Not Bueno says you just have to count the hairs on Gravy's beard. You can tell how old he is. He goes like checking how old the tree stump is.
There you go, right there.
Oh my God!
I'm in my mid-50s. You guys want to know that? I was born in the 60s. I was born in the 60s.
I'm the old man in the room. I'm the oldest one.
So I'm the youngest then.
Woo-hoo. I was born in the 60s.
Wait, how old are you, Jeff?
I'll be 55 in May.
Yeah, I'm older than Jeff.
Oh, I'm younger than you, dude. So hell yeah.
I just turned 54 in March.
I just look so damn good for my age, I guess. I look like the
youngest. We all got it, bro. The guy with the you guys got to grow a beard. You'll look younger.
Let's see. I'm 61.
Look, crap underneath.
I'm 61, and I look better than all you guys. So,
well, there's no question about that. We know
whatever you think, Chris. See, at old age, you get really confident. The one thing I learned, you get really confident as you get older, bro.
You do.
You got it.
You got to.
This is great. But I'm happy. Does any of you guys have a problem with the contract or mad about it?
I love the contract. That's what makes me feel like there's collusion in this. I mean, you look at what Geno was like saying to Seattle, 40 to 45 million. And that's what they give just a little bit under that to the quarterback they signed. So they're going, okay, we're not going to try to even battle for you, Geno. I think it was like, again, there's some talking behind the scenes. I mean, we're getting it for like, an extension of 37 or 37.5 million for the 2-year extension. I mean, that's way under 40 to 45 million, and they don't even try to fight for him.
Yeah.
So that makes me think, Carol and Geno were talking behind the scenes.
No question.
Yeah, but see, I look at the contract where they got structured is that his guaranteed money next year. His third year is not guaranteed, so they can easily, like you said, it's a team friendly deal. Where if Geno's not happy when you get traded or you want to walk out, they can say bye and won't take a major cap hit. That's what I like.
Right, the player or the team can walk away.
Yeah, he'll walk away from it.
So he signed a 2-year extension. He's going to play on $31 million this year.
Right.
Yes.
And the extension, he's getting money. Guaranteed $66 million. He's going to take that home. So that second year he's going to get guaranteed money.
Yes,
the third, not this year. Okay, we're saying that we got Geno. We have Geno Smith. We have Geno Smith for 3 years.
I want to answer that question. So, Jeffrey, I agree. I wasn't on a Geno train at that in the beginning because I was thinking, what I was hearing, 40 to 45 million.
Right.
And he was a 14th rated quarterback. So, but right now he's getting paid at the 16th rated quarterback. And I wanted Fields back in the day. And Fields got 2 years, $20 million per year.
What's up, Edgar?
And so, yeah, it makes sense now. But back then it didn't make sense to me because, no one was signed. So I was thinking we're going to get Fields for $7 or $8 million. And when he got 20, I was like, wow, dude, he got way overpaid.
No, that's the Jets for you. They do shit like that.
We're better than the Jets. We're better than the Jets. I think we're better than the Jets.
And that's where I think
that's
where I think it took so long, because there was a question of whether it'd be just rolling with the current contract and making an extension. When you do that and you're changing teams on the extension, there's a lot of legal red tape and stuff going on. If you're doing a trade and creating a new contract, it's going to be more expensive but quicker, right? But that new contract I expected was going to be 42 to 47 million a year. Would have been where you placed him in the NFL as far as the last 3 years. And when they said they went with the extension, the longer it took, the more Jeff and I said, this is definitely an extension, because it's just taking too long to be just a trade with new contract. It's just taking far too long.
Now, see, now with that extension, and then we can get out of this deal in the third year.
Yes.
Now they can go ahead and draft a quarterback either this year, hopefully sometime around. I don't want to get on that Shadir Sanders crap, but I'm just saying you can draft a quarterback in later rounds. He can sit for a year or two, and he can learn watch. So that gives him a leeway to get another quarterback, just in case Geno don't work out or he wants to get out of here.
It just opens the door for the draft a little bit more.
Yeah, it does.
And Gravy and I argued quite a bit about whether Jeanty should be taken at 6, but the thing about that is that was before Geno signed. Now it's kind of like, okay, wait, if they do, I'm good with it. I mean, I really
kind of get a quarterback, or they get Jeanty.
No, I'm just saying, no, Jeanty. Yeah. I mean, the thing about it is, I'm okay with it. It's not my first choice at all. It's like I've got different thoughts on it.
Not before Geno Smith. Now you're not desperate for a quarterback, because before Geno Smith came to the building, before we traded for him, it was Shadir Sanders or Ward. It was desperate to get a quarterback, to start. Now we go like, well, we're not taking either one of these guys. We're gonna wait till later to get another. We can get another quarterback later around. So if we do draft a quarterback, so now there's no desperate need for a quarterback.
Yeah, we just eliminated a need.
Yeah,
right now need
for at least 3 years. For 3 years, we have no need for a quarterback for at least 3 years.
And in a quarterback class where we all certainly agree is probably one of the weakest we've seen in a while.
Yes, so, you got it, Nav.
Yeah, you're right.
So you push the button on stuff like that. You're pushing the button on the same. You think about the draft class Jamarcus Russell was in. It's similar to this one. It just not a lot of experience and a lot of
right there where Radio 5 says right there.
Says keep in mind, if we draft a QB this year and they look good by next offseason, his contract is so team friendly you can trade Geno for decent draft capital next offseason if he plays well and it's smart. I agree 100%.
Yeah, exactly.
I didn't even think about that. That's a whole nother aspect of it.
Yeah.
This is what I think we should do.
No, the Raiders finally put themselves in the fucking driver's seat where we're going to be desperate to get anybody and sign anybody for so much money. Finally, like Jeff said, we got adults in the room who sees this shit.
I would think like this right now. I wouldn't even mess with the quarterback until we get some major issues, fill holes, starting role holes that we need to address before we get a backup quarterback or sit a quarterback for 2 years or whatever. We need to focus on running back. We need to focus on linebacker. We need to build our offensive line. We need to build our defensive line. Like I say on my show,
wide receiver.
You cannot. We could get a wide receiver in the second round right after we get the running back. It doesn't matter what round it is. What I'm saying is that first, second, third round, you have to make an impact on the team. You have to hit on those picks. You know, and I'm hearing that, we could just get a running back in the fourth round. There's plenty of them. But look at the ones that are good. Look at the ones that are doing shit. All of them are doing stuff, all right? All of them are doing stuff, but are they doing anything like Jeanty did or Hampton did? No, they're not. So you're going to get a fourth round running back on a team of need that you need. You know, we do not have a running game. We were 32nd. We were 32nd in the league, and why would we bypass at 6 when the dude is the third best player by everybody in a mock draft? Every professional media person, everybody that Mel Kiper, all these other guys that we pay respect to because they're the ones that we got to listen to. They're the ones we listen to. The teams know who they're going to pick, but we have to listen to these guys. All of them got this dude third best player in the whole draft. So at 6, why don't we get the guy? And we saw at least a little bit of our problem. That was that made us lose games because we didn't have that. We lost a lot of games because we didn't have a running game.
I assume you mean the two in front of them would be Travis Hunter and Abdul Carter.
I would say that.
Okay.
Travis Hunter for sure. I'm kind of off Abdul Carter because he's hurt, man. He's hurt. He's a great player. He's one of
What's up, Haywood?
Yeah, Membo's he's running up the boards right now. I did 10 different mock drafts today. And I'm starting to follow Jeff's lead now. It's Jeff and I are both Mason Graham guys. I know Gravy, you're not. You said he's getting small. But
he's kind of small.
I started just doing on purpose some trade backs. And Membu's going off the board, before pick number 10. And I'm just looking at trying to get, extra picks in the second because I'm looking at going back. I'm looking at the Ohio State was it Campbell? I mean, he's an off-ball linebacker. I mean, we don't have an off-ball linebacker. And I'm okay, if we could get some seconds, maybe get a Watts or something like that, and a Hampton in a second, get both those guys. And Campbell, I'm that huge improvement. And I was kind of looking at those scenarios. So it's kind of crazy how much Membu has moved up in the draft.
Because
he's going over Campbell now.
Well,
Campbell fell, and that's the problem. It's not that he moved ahead of Campbell. Campbell fell.
He's falling.
Well, I think he's going to be a left guard, dude. I think that's where I see him now.
Yeah, it's more of a guard. His arms.
He can play guard. He can play guard. But Mambo is a smaller tackle. And what I was trying to emphasize now that the NFL nowadays, they're not getting these 6'5", 6'6", 6'7" tackles anymore because it's hard for them guys to do a kick. All you see is these big old dudes do a kick step, and then a guy, the tackle get juked, and the defensive end goes inside of him, and he's beat. He's sacking the quarterback.
They're looking for more mobility.
They're faster, looking for faster tackles. Tackles that can move their feet.
Faster, better footwork. Tackles that are 6'3". That's a center in offensive line now. The center for Philadelphia is 6'4", and he's the smallest guy on the team. You know what I mean? But that's just Philly. That's their model. That's their game plan. But nowadays the way football is played is you get the smaller guys with better footwork that are quicker to hang with these defensive ends. They're just adjusting. And Membo's that type guy. He's 6'3". He's 6'3". He's not really as big as Campbell, but that's why he's moving up because he's in the now of the offensive lineman in football NFL today.
Well, here's their measurements real quick, just so you get an idea. So
they're looking at these guards and tackles that they play both guard and tackle. They can switch these guys because some of these guys like Membu and all the guys they can play both sides of the field. That's what it looks like.
I don't know about tackle. That's
Campbell is 6'5", 319 pounds. Membu is 6'4", 332. Now, Kelvin Banks is 6'5", 315. The one that fits what Gravy's saying at 6'3", 325 pounds is Josh Simmons, the kid from Ohio State.
He's good too. He's really
he's
good.
one that I wouldn't mind hopefully getting in the second.
He's
If we
gonna
can
be up
get
there
him in the second, I like
he
Banks
gonna move
too,
up. He's gonna move up, Jeff, and you're gonna notice this in the draft that these smaller guys. You know, I would say that Membo's 6'3", good 6'3", and yeah, they're bigger on paper, but I guess you can look at the combine information and probably see how really tall he is. He might be 6'3" and close to 6'4", biscuit away from 320 or something like that, maybe. But the team is always going to make their player bigger. You know, you're really 6'2", but they're going to say you're 6'4", but that's just the way you guys know that. But that's why Membo and Simmons, you notice, are moving up in the draft because the scouts are starting to talk now. The scouts are saying, we like this guy, or talking to his homie. And I know that happens. And then the media is starting to get this shit. And then they're starting to say this guy's moving up. And that's why you see these guys in your mock drafts go up and moving up there. And you can't get them in the second round anymore because they're late first round guys.
So 805 just put out Willie Lampkin. So he's projected later in the draft, obviously, but he's small. He's smaller than me. He's 5'10", 279 pounds. So he's about 2 inches shorter than me. He's about 130 pounds lighter than me.
Gravy, you talked about him. It's like, I don't know. I think he should almost be moved over to like a blocking tight end.
He could be a big tight end.
He's all American. Shoot.
He's probably a damn good football player. You know what I mean? And I know 805 knows this shit, but
Gregory.
Yep.
That is way too. That's way too. Unless he's an amazing athlete and he can pull. And
he is an amazing athlete.
So I'm gonna post this question to
you get pushed around 200.
I'm gonna post this question to you guys that Gregory Stevens is asking. Now we'll start with Gravy. So did the Raiders get better or worse from last year? You know the answer.
Better.
Already.
There you go.
I'm just saying, and in a position that was drastically needed for our team, and the reason why we lost football games is the quarterback, and I think we got drastically better. We got better than that. I was gonna say that, but he wanted number one. If we would have had AOC with Pete Carroll, it wouldn't have mattered. We would have been a 5-4 win team. It wouldn't have mattered. Now that we have Geno, he adds wins to our record just by being Geno. Geno cannot suck with the offensive philosophy and the coaches that we have with him. Just Chip Kelly alone and the quarterback coaches alone. He's a decorated. Nobody likes him, but he's a decorated, good. Every quarterback that he works with, he worked with Carr, and Carr had his best seasons when he was there. Thank you.
Yes, that's exactly what I just said. Yeah.
And we talk shit about because Carr sucked. We think that his quarterback coach sucked. And it became a situation to where Carr just grasped everything he could, and he peaked at the wrong time. He didn't peak at the end of his career with the Raiders. He peaked in the middle. So he fell off later on with the Raiders, and then that's why he had his problems. But it wasn't his fault. It wasn't his coach's fault. And then with AOC, they're just not good quarterbacks. And then I think we upgraded 1,000% with Geno. We're going to win more games just because of that guy. You guys know how I feel about the free agent pickups. You guys know how we feel about how I feel personally. I'm not going to put my other guys in it, but how I feel about the free agent pickups. But, you know, we did maintain our strength on defense, but offensively, there's a lot we need to do. We need a receiver. We drastically need a running back. I can't stress that enough. I'm going to say it every time. We need a top notch to make Geno Smith pop the way we want him to be successful. For our team to be successful, we need to get a grade A, 100% best running back that's out there.
I think we got better, like Gravy said, because you look at what we did last year. We did nothing. We got a top grade, a starting quarterback that started in games. Then Greg Olsen, like I said, helped Carr out, make Carr look good. He was a bad offensive coordinator, but he was a great quarterback coach. Then you got Chip Kelly, an innovator of offense. We didn't have that innovation last year. It was run first down, swarm second down, try to make it first down, third down. No, you don't know what Chip is going to run. He might run all kind of stuff and going to make defense like what they're doing. So we got those guys on the offensive side. Good thing, like you said, defense is better. We got a defensive-minded head coach. Patrick Graham's still there. We got most of our core pieces on defense, especially on that line. We signed Adam Butler. If we get Stan Kuntz, add some more pieces in there. And Wilkins. So we add more pieces in there, and we better. Linebacker, we do need another linebacker. And probably another cornerback. So yeah,
you guys, let me ask you this. I'm sorry, Jeff. I don't want to mess up your question, but do you guys watch the different shows that are in our division? Do you guys see those? They have maybe 1 or 2 shows for Kansas City, and they have
I watch them all the time.
You guys watch
I host the show.
I watch them all the time.
I do an AFC West show.
I see your show, but I kind of get tired of those guys pumping up their team too much. They jock their team so bad. They're not like me.
Oh my God, it's horrible, isn't it?
They're not like me, Kenneth, that they're he's gonna do this and he's gonna do that, and he's a suck ass player. You know what I mean? I don't. I listen to you, and that's it. I don't listen to all the other 3 dudes. I put it on mute or watch something else.
That's how I am too. I go on there. I go on and watch that show, and I just get so like these other 3 guys drive me fucking nuts.
But yeah, I watch those shows, baby. I watch those. All them shows.
I do. I watch everything. I watch everybody. I support every Raider content creator.
I talk about it with those guys, so I get to hear it, every single week, for like 2 hours a week of like, what their teams are doing. I keep my Raider family close. I keep my enemies closer, right? I want to know what they're doing because I don't follow them.
It's good that you do. I don't follow you. I just follow you. But the thing is, they're worried. They're worried about our defensive front. They're worried about our defensive front.
That's facts, bro.
It's not the guys that are with Kenna. It's the guys that have their own shows, and then Kenna, the guys that can have their own shows. But they are worried about our front, just with the 4 guys that we got. They're worried about just that, and Raiders on to come up with that defensive front. And I agree. They get caught down. Can you imagine if those dudes stay healthy and they have their game up? That's going to be those quarterbacks. Because you got to think who the quarterbacks that we're playing against. We're playing against probably the 3. The quarterback play in our division is top notch. It's top notch. Even with Geno in there, and I think Geno. What's the difference between Geno and Herbert? Tell me, Herbert ain't done shit.
Well, it's kind of crazy. It's that the AFC West, besides the Chiefs, we have all the same needs. Running back, wide receiver are some of the biggest needs. Offensive line. So, like, the Chargers need interior offensive line. The Chiefs need tackles. Denver actually had one of the top-rated offensive lines, which, I really didn't see it last year, but looking at stats, they had actually one of the better offensive lines, but they need a wide receiver big time too. So we are all in the same position of trying to get the same type of players. So it's going to be interesting to see what we all do and battle it out for a lot of the same kids. But I do have a question for you guys. I'm starting to get to the point where I'm looking at, again, Devin White. Again, there's a reason why his contract's like $1 million. I mean, he's almost more of an edge player now than I see him as a linebacker, and he's not can't do anything against a pass. The guy we got from Pittsburgh, he can't do anything against a pass. I'm starting to follow the Jeff train now. And it's like, moving back, and I'm looking at Campbell.
Back up, Jack. What did they say about Spillman when we brought him in? He can't cover the pass. Okay?
Yeah, well, I think he's a different type of player than Spillane.
In Pittsburgh, he played the same role that Spillane would have played at. And what did Pittsburgh use him differently? They used him as basically like the hole stopper. So I'm not going to say he's a good coverage guy. I don't know that. You don't know that yet neither. We'll wait to see. We'll wait to see how they play him.
Well, okay. I just looked, his snaps got completely reduced. Before this year, he had like 2 years of like 100, after he replaced Spillane, 100 tackles per year. And then this year, he was sitting on the bench a lot because they got that linebacker from Baltimore. Mm-hmm. And, that guy that can cover and, stop the run. So he started sitting on the bench a lot. And that's why we got him for like, what, $3 million?
Yeah. Okay.
Are we talking about Rich Roberts?
Roberts, yeah.
Yeah. And so I'm looking at Campbell now. I mean, Campbell's looking impressive. And, moving back, getting a second, and then picking up Campbell, before Denver or Pittsburgh does this.
Wait a minute. Which Campbell are you talking about? Because there's more than one.
The linebacker. Rod Cannon.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's up, Raider Zach? What's going on, brother?
What's up,
Hey,
Zach?
you guys mind if I address something that was in the chat here? It's Raiders Red. Love Raiders Red. Love Raiders Red. Love his takes. Love all that. So it's uphill a bit. Talks about Geno going to be Geno. Did you guys see that?
Yep. Right here.
All right. I'm gonna address that right quick because I almost got in trouble with my wife yesterday for watching so much dang Geno tape.
Yeah.
So of the 15 picks he had last year, I can truthfully say 2 of them were mental mistakes on him. 2 out of the 15. 13 of those were either tip balls from the defensive line or 50-50 balls that were in garbage time to try to win a ball game at the end. And the fumbles were almost all strip sacks. Almost all of them. So I can agree with what you're saying there, but you got to put in context they had the 28th ranked overall offensive line
Yeah.
in the NFL. Our offensive line was twice as good as that last year.
And we were still pretty shitty.
And we're still pretty shitty. Exactly.
Right.
We were when that good.
Exactly. So you got to put in perspective of the dude's running for his life every single play.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
we say the Gravy got sacked how many times? 56, 57 times he got sacked?
He got sacked 50 times, bro. 50.
Yeah.
I'm surprised getting sacked 50 times. He only fumbled the ball 6.
Yep. Strip sacks on a quarterback or on the offensive line. The offensive line owns strip sacks, in my opinion. And
you guys know me. I'm sorry, Nat, man. You guys know me. I hate turnovers. I fucking hate turnovers. When you do it once, that's too much for me. That's too much for me. You ought to be practicing not to fumble the ball, and that's what you do. Quarterbacks that run like Geno, yes, I coach football, and it's still not accepted. But a running quarterback, it happens. Look at Lamar. Yep. Look at Lamar, the best at doing that. Look at Michael Vick, the best ever to do that. Had fumble issues. Those guys have fumble issues because they carry the ball more than they're used to. And if you design plays for a running back to run the ball, it's just like a running back fumbling. That's not the excuse. That's not the excuse. Rebel knows me. He knows I hate turnovers. And that's bad. 15 interceptions to 20-something touchdowns is not a real good average. But 6 fumbles is unacceptable. He does need to clean that up. And I understand Rebel's knock on that. And he knows I was going to say something about it because I hate freaking turnovers. If you do it all the time, I'll get you off my team. That's it. You're out. You're out. You're done.
My big thing was a lot of Geno stuff. A lot of his turnovers were running for his life.
Yeah.
And you know what I mean?
He was forced. He was like, get a sack, so he's trying to throw the ball.
Forced balls, man.
Yeah, a lot of unforced.
So when he gets a minute in the pocket, man, you can watch his head. It's like boom, 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 progression.
He was just rated the most accurate quarterback in the last 4 years. So I mean,
we say he's the 17th best, or what did not man? You looked that up. And said he was the 14th best quarterback. Look at his accuracy. Look at his quarterback percentage. It's top 4 in each the best 4 categories in the NFL. He's on those, and he's top 4 in each of them. The best, and you're messing with dudes like Burrow and Mahomes and Josh Allen, and Stafford and guys like that. He's in between each one of those guys at those important categories that you need to be a good quarterback. His offensive line was 28th. It's gonna hit him. If you're a good quarterback, that's gonna affect you in the long run. It's going to affect you in the long run. Maybe in 3-4 games, you might ball out. Look at, for instance, if I could say something real quick, look at the way this New Orleans started out. Derek Carr was MVP the first 2 games of the season, right? 70-some points. What happened after that? His offensive line, line came in. They played 2 sorry-ass teams, but his offensive line became the New Orleans Saints offensive line, and then he ended up. That's what happened.
He got wrecked.
So I have a question and a comment for all you guys. So we look at AFC 12. what's his best thing? It's accuracy, right? How many years did it take Geno in the league to come where he's at to where he's at now? If you can develop an AOC 12, you already got a backup quarterback. So I can see that progression down the road. You get some consistency in, coaching versus changing, every single year, offensive coordinator, your head coach, get some consistency for that kid. He's an accurate passer. So I can see he can develop the same trajectory as Geno, but it's going to need time because the Geno took time too. And then the second point I wanted to make.
See AOC in a game, bro. I don't even want to see him.
I mean, that's what we don't want right now. But, how long did it take Geno to be where Geno's at? And then the second thing I wanted.
Athlete, Kenna. He's an athlete. He runs with the football. Why do people continuously say AOC is going to do this with development?
I'm not saying he's an athlete.
If you're a good quarterback, Kenna.
Was Dan Marino an athlete? No. I mean, was Tom Brady an athlete? No, but you can
now. Dan Marino don't play football anymore. Dan Marino don't play football anymore. Look at the guys that are in the NFL now. Is AOC one of them? No, he's not.
He's not. We all want.
Wanting to put this guy in the game, Kenna, when he's not
But as a backup, he's not a bad backup. And then the other thing I was going to say was with the offensive line. We look about what we had as our offensive coordinator in Gonsby.
Love it.
So we had Thayer Mumford starting, at our right tackle. We had Whitehair at our left guard. And then, you put in Meredith, and that position improved immensely. We got nobody really liked DJ Glaze. We drafted him in the third round. And that was an improvement. And then we get a new offensive coordinator. Even though his dad, Turner, had to help him out, that offensive line improved a lot from being so bad in the beginning to improving. So I can see even more improvement, on that offensive line. You put all that together, I think we got a better offensive line than what a lot of people realize. I'm going to say it's not great, but I'm going to say it's a lot better than what we saw in the beginning of last year.
Provided JPJ's the center. Because I'm telling you what, there's a lot of speculation that JPJ may not be the center if we don't draft a guard.
Nav, you're right. I mean, I don't want to see that either.
I don't like that at all.
I don't think that. I think they're just blowing smoke, man. I think it's
just going to have one of the best guards in the NFL then too. I don't see a problem with that.
I think they're blowing smoke on that JPJ not playing center. They do that for competition so they compete too for this, that. So that's what it is. It's all about. What they're doing. It's all about competition. They see who's the best player at that spot.
It's all smoke.
They're not going to do it like they used to. Oh, he played right guard, so we're going to put him in there because of his team. Forget all the bullshit. Forget that bullshit. But that's what they're doing. That's why they're blowing smoke out there saying JPJ had to compete for his job. Hell yeah, he does. Although I would give it to him, but they're not doing that anymore. They're making him compete.
I want that JPJ nastiness left and right, dude. I want it all the way up and down that offensive line.
That's why I want that guard from North Dakota State. I want him.
That could be that man in football. That could be passed on, bro. That could be passed on to your offensive line. If you play center, and that's why I think the working JPJ, he's so talented at that position. He's always played it. He's played it in college, all his years in college. He was the best center coming out in the draft. He was the best center. We put him at guard. James knew what calls to make. Then we have our different views about James. But the thing is that
James garbage.
Because if JPJ could just get what a center has to do in the NFL, then he'll be a all-pro center. He'll be an all-pro center. But just to grasp that responsibility, it takes time. That takes development to do it. And I think he can do that. He can do that. But the thing is that being a dominant center, anybody can hike the ball, right? But to do it correctly and make decisions for your fellow man that's next to you, to do it right, to read defenses and say this guy's coming. He has to do that. He has to make it easier on the quarterback. All the quarterback has to do is get the mesh, Make sure he gets the football. That's his first priority, is getting the ball to the quarterback. That's it. And then knowing what the defense is going to do. That's his priority. And then I think that he's going to get that. And then and I expect him to be the center. But if he ain't got that yet, and they're not confident in it, because Pete knows what a center means in the NFL. And if he ain't got that yet, he'll get it.
I feel confident in JPJ at center.
I do too.
But he also needs to know his quarterback too. That's the thing.
He's gonna have to get to know him.
Oh yeah, you don't get to know him. Yeah.
So I just want to inject some humor into tonight right now, real quick. So tomorrow, Nate, LV rated 10, and Leo they're going to some photo shoot tomorrow where they got to model some Raider gear.
What?
So, hold on. So I'm gonna submit my own photo, and you tell me what you guys think.
I need that.
I love it, bro.
I think I'm gonna show up tomorrow. I'll get a flight. I'm gonna get a ticket for a flight out to LA, and I'm gonna model that pajama set that I got for Christmas. What do you think?
Is it a onesie?
It's pretty much a onesie, yes.
That's freaking awesome, bro.
Take that off, bro. Take that off.
That. Hey Jeff, use that my screensaver.
I just screenshotted that. That's on my phone now.
Ardell, I hope not, bro. I hope not.
Hey, Randy,
if you want it autographed, it's $10. I'll have it printed out and I'll autograph it for you.
You give $10 for an autograph? You don't pay us for autograph?
You said Leo who and who is taking
Leo and Nate, LV rated 10.
Yeah.
That's cute. That's cute.
Cute.
They ain't gonna see none of us doing shit like that. I tell you that.
Jeff, send out the link. Rosetown, Rosetown native 707 said he'll pay $20, dude.
$20 for what?
Get an autographed, picture, or like you actually buy the fucking.
Don't do that, Jeff, because it's gonna be all over the place after you do it.
You won't go down a rabbit hole, yeah.
Be careful, bro.
The next thing you know, you'll be looking at a bus driving by over there downtown New England with
folks on the side of the bus.
Metro bus got the freaking wrap on it with freaking Jeff all over it.
Oh yeah, that's a definite. If I walk around in that, if I go to a Walmart, I'll definitely be on the People of Walmart photo page for sure. That'd be a given.
No, Rosetown, I don't have one of those, bro. Sorry.
Go to New England game and go with that on.
Jeff, our new left guard. No, I'll play center. We could put JPJ at left guard. I'd rather play center. That's my natural position.
That's my take on that guy. I enjoy how he plays football. You need a guy like that on your team. JPJ, yeah. I hope he's successful. I hope he's successful at playing center.
I won't even say it. Jeff already knows.
You remember what's his name?
Those guys wearing jammies.
What was that guy we had? What was that guy we had?
JPJ reminds me of a certain player back in the day, and I'm not going to say his name.
Jack, hold a minute. What was that guy we had that was nasty? Had as issue? What was his name? That guard we had.
Was it Wisniewski or was it Golick? Both of them were nasty.
Recently, the last few years.
Incognito.
Incognito,
and there was one before him too.
And that rubbed off the rest of the offensive line. When he got here, that nastiness he played with rubbed off to everybody else on the offensive line. See, JBG can have that.
Incognito was nasty for other teams. He only played half a season.
That one year he rubbed off.
6 games he played with us, he didn't really do shit. He was nasty.
No, he wasn't here long enough to have that impact.
Yeah,
well, there was another guy on our left guard who we got from Baltimore. Start with the K. I think his name started with the K. You guys remember who I'm talking about?
I remember Gabe Jackson being a nasty dude.
Gabe Jackson was on the right side. He was the right guard.
Richie Incognito was nasty. Nasty.
I was going to say, we need players like that to rub off. Get there and get nasty.
Incognito was a dirty player, Chris. That's what he was.
I don't care.
I don't mind being a dirty player for our team. I don't care. I don't like him he's on another team, but if I'm our team, hell yeah, go for it.
You like penalties and shit like that? That's what Incognito did.
right here.
He got penalties.
That's
Might as well
the
bring back
Raiders guy,
Illuminor,
that's
put
the
his ass in there again, right next to Incognito. And next thing you know, you got a first down. You got a first down, and you're 15 yards back because Incognito did some stupid shit. I don't like linemen like that.
Hey,
They hurt your
hey,
team.
Yeah, stupid shit on my. I hate. But then they're just playing like playing.
Oh, Kalichi Osimile, you talking about?
Yeah, there you go. Assimilate. Yes,
that's the
he was a
one.
nasty player. I liked him.
Yeah,
Yeah, they don't
I
come
love
off
it.
damn
Hey,
penalty.
Gravy.
Oh,
If
yeah.
you go back in the day, was
control.
he was
Hey,
still one of
Gravy,
the
he's an
nastiest ones
exception.
we had. He was.
He's an exception. He
brutal.
was in control. He kept his toughness in control. He wasn't an incognito, an out of control person that got penalties for your team and hurt them.
Right.
That's what incognito was.
I'm talking about the dances of the game, like play tough, play rough. Don't give
That's
up.
the epitome of JPJ.
The double play like a stupid holding ball or a face of hands.
That's what Incognito did. That's what Incognito did. That's what he did. He was
a like played with the intensity of playing that position. Played with intensity.
That's JPJ. That's JPJ. That's Kalichi Osimile. That's them guys. But he's Incognito is a category by himself with the dirty players like Romanowski and all those guys. He's a dirty player like that.
Hey,
ask people that played against them. They'll tell you the same thing.
I'll take 2 15-yarders a game from the offensive line. I will. No problem.
What do we lose those games? How you gonna feel about it, man?
I'll be all right. I'll be all right. Should have been ahead further.
So you tell me you'll take a 15-yard penalty. We at first to go 2-yard line, we get a penalty, go back to the 17.
Bring back Illuminor. Bring back Illuminor because we had a guy like that. Were you pissed when Illuminor? Did his stuff? And it was only a 5-yard penalty. We're in the red zone.
I'm talking about.
Then I got to ask this question: if we got Jack Tatum and George Atkins on this team, and they're saying who are we going to fight today, and we're going to take some 15-yard penalties. Nobody argued with that back in the 70s. Everyone loved it.
That was a different time. You can't count that because that's when they have all these damn rules.
Fucking Raffle looks like a fucking stalker. Look at him fighting in the
Go to sleep. Go to sleep, dude.
Hey, how's it going?
What's going on, bro? Are you stoned or what?
You're way too young to be in this show, bro. There's an age limit, man. You gonna put your ideas.
Yeah, this is a 50+ show.
Pants on right now, probably.
Look at our young generation right now. Look at what we got here, dude. Look at the millennials right here. We ain't worth the shit. Look at that. Get out of here, man. Go turn the light on or something. Get out of here, man.
Do smoke in the
dark. Get out of here.
Dude,
I love you, Rob.
Smoking in the dark.
It looks creepy, man. Are you scared? Give me the
you look like a weirdo right now, dude. What's wrong with you?
Hey, turn the light on, bro, or something.
Yeah, exactly. What are you smiling for? What's so funny?
Yeah,
you
have
to
Hold on a minute. Hold up.
Oh, now he's John Cena.
I know this.
Hey, Jeff.
Okay.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, no, turn it back off. Turn it back off now. Turn it back off. Go back. At least come over here, trim your beard, bro. I'm happy that you got a beard, though, Rufford. That's nice. You look like a grown-ass man, bro. You look like a grown-ass man.
Yeah, I like Zabel Pigs. I wish we could land him. We'll see where he ends up at.
Yeah.
Zabel.
Oh, that's that guard. That's that guard from North Dakota, huh?
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Zabel, yeah.
He's a good tough guy.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I don't know if you noticed, but I stuck up for you earlier, bro.
Why would I do again?
Oh, somebody was talking about freaking Jeanty needs to clean up his freaking fumbles. Did you see the stat I popped on there for you?
What'd you do, bro? Tell me.
What did you do?
374 carries last year, no fumbles, zero.
Yes, I was gonna pop it out to him, but you put
it's
that.
All smoke, Nat. It's all smoke. People don't want us to draft him.
I know.
Yeah. We're gonna be all right with that guy, man. I can't pump him up enough.
God damn it! I didn't mean to get you back on the freaking Jeanty train. I was just trying to tell you.
I'm on it, bro. I'm on it. I'm gonna chew it all the way down to the draft, bro. I'm gonna do that.
No, I'm just talking about it. It's just like right now, this time of the year, it's all smoke. It's from other teams, wanting to get their player. You know, so someone doesn't take him. So what they hope he drops to somebody else is all it is. It's smoke.
Yeah.
Yes.
But we can't sit here, Jack. We can't sit here and say that it's not a drastic need, because how long, last year was a disaster, Kenna, and there's no way that we can say our running game was all right. We averaged.
It was horrible. I don't remember a worse running team almost ever since 1974. So this is the worst running team I've ever seen.
I see the passion in Afakazi's eyes when he talks about this running game last year. I feel bad for Afakazi because he's saying 2.8 yards a carry. That has never been done ever in the NFL. The 80 years that the NFL, 75 or something, that the 80 years that the NFL's been around, there is not a team that's been that low at running back. And it's an embarrassment. I'm a running back coach, dude. I'm embarrassed for the team that I love to be in that category. We're in the best categories and everything suck and everything bad. We're number one at all that shit. Interceptions, losses, Monday night losses, night game losses. Now we're getting in big categories, running the football, offensive line play, third down defense, third down offense, red zone. We're just getting worse. Why not get the best guy at the position this year and solve that problem? Solve it. Get it done.
The only thing we did
if you're asking me the question, Gravy, then my answer is going to be like two ways. So I can't argue with that because he is one of the best athletes, and he is like one of the top running backs who's been out there for many, many years. At the same time, I can go the other direction and go, this is probably the deepest running back where there's 14 starters. 14. So you can fill up starters on every single team. So you could bypass the first round and get a guy like a Mason Graham, in which, again, we had that conversation on your show about his weight and stuff. But you can get a guy like Mason Graham, and we're doing what the Eagles are doing. And, have that rotation. He would be an instant starter. Oh, hey, guys. I'm sorry, guys. My son just came home. I just had to say hello. His girlfriend. So and then you get a Mason Graham, and then again, we could look at a Hampton, we could look at a Henderson, we could look at a Junkins, we could look at that kid from Iowa, and still get some good quality running back, and still get like the top defensive tackle in this draft, or we can do a trade back and get multiple guys. So, I mean, what Nav said earlier in the show, it's like everything. It's like the doors are open, the possibilities. No one can predict what the Raiders are going to do right now. And I can't argue with any of you guys on Jeanty or Graham or a trade back, because you know what? They're all options. We have so many options now, which is awesome, where before we didn't have those type of options.
Yeah, like I said earlier, we're finally in the driver's seat for a change instead of being a desperate team that we had to desperately pick this guy for all this money. We're in the driver's seat now.
Yes,
you know what do we look
Chris,
for? What do we need?
Chris.
What we need? They do that now, finally.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is that I understand your point, and it's a great point, Kenna. One of the best you've ever done right there, bro. And then what I want to say is that, okay, switch that around. What if we could get another Mason Graham, or there's plenty of defensive tackles in this draft too? Why don't we reverse that and say, let's get the best running back? None of those running backs that you say, that Junkins, the Hendersons, the Hamptons, they did not even get close to what this guy did. Not close. He had more yards than Hampton, Henderson, Junkins, all individually, breaking the first contact than those dudes had rushing. Dude had 2,060 yards in 1 year. Who does that? I don't give a shit if you don't play for Boise. I don't give a shit who you play against. That's impossible to do no matter who you.
Yeah,
if he was in Ohio State or one of those teams that those guys play for, he would have got 3,000 yards. He would have broke Barry Sanders' record.
And Gravy, I can see where you're going with this, because I know you. We've done shows before. I can see you like going and say, okay, we're going to get Jeanty, and then try to get Grant from Michigan.
That's my guy. That's my guy right there, bro.
And you can kind of switch that around, right? You can switch that around. So I mean, I can't argue with that either. But and plus he's a nose tackle. I mean, we didn't re-sign Jenkins, and you know we got that. What's it? Follow or how?
Yeah.
All right, bye guys. But we got him. But he's a young kid, and you know what? And you did. Someone mentioned, like, I don't know if it was you or someone else. I watched too many damn shows, but he had more double teams than even Mason Graham had against Michigan. So
yeah,
I can't argue that either.
Yeah,
Mason Graham was smaller. He's a smaller guy, and I have a problem with that. You don't, but he's an amazing player. And if he was there, and if we had a choice of Jeanty and Mason, I wouldn't be upset if we got Mason Graham. And we got one of these other running backs. I understand what you mean. I agree with you, but my guy is because he's special to me, Kenna. And then I can't break away from that. You guys just got to. That's just.
I don't see Grant coming out of the first round, though. I mean, I don't.
He won't. He's not. He's top 10 guy. He's a top 10 guy, no matter how big he is. But that's just me, my flavor, the way I feel. I think Grant will be a longer term type tackle or nose tackle, 3 technique guy, and cause more problems than Mason Graham will.
Thank you, Chris.
Yeah, but here's the thing about it. I mean, I know that I was like getting bad right now, but you know the thing. I mean, I understand that Chip Kelly loves some fast guys, and it still can improve it in itself. I mean, we're gonna give look at a good running back depth because our cupboard is getting bad there, and I just wanted to think about. I'm very down for Aston Jeanty, but a significant of fans don't want to like a running back that high. But I'm really hard to especially at say because if they had 2 highest state running backs in the class with the Chip as the OC, I mean, you can't rule it out because if somehow some of those players has a funding problem, but if he can run like at a 2 running back system that would decrease the changes like him turning over, I would say that he could be a great season before injury, before he gets healthy. He'll be back and forward. I mean, some of those guys that are running backs are fast as fuck. And if I had them behind a chain, they have a good pass catcher, easy, best running back. I mean, now we need something to short yardage to up the gut.
Hey, Rafa, look at me and don't look at your computer and tell me what you think about Austin Jeanty. Don't look at your computer and I better not see you typing nothing.
Okay, so great coverage, great yards. But I will tell for this one. I know the Raiders had a very solution to get involved with the running back. But guys like Ashton Jeanty and someone else with a running back, because if they need something to prove about it, because they love how to see the blueprint of faster. Because if they know really fast, they can go for it.
Ashton Jeanty's fast, bro.
Yep.
Is that what you were saying? Okay.
Yep.
Good job. Good job.
Gravy, I do have one last question, just for curiosity's sake. You know, I like picking your brain because you know what you're talking about. So I respect what you say. Who was the running back when we took Josh Jacobs, when he wasn't the starter, that came out the same draft and got drafted ahead of him?
I think there was a couple of them. What draft was that? When did you get drafted? I forgot. That's what we need Alfakazi, huh?
Jack, you nasty fucker, dude. Wow.
Are you testing me?
Well, no, I forgot. I mean, I apologize. In a way, I don't remember. But I know Jacobs wasn't a starter. But
Jacob wasn't the starter in Alabama. No, he wasn't.
No, he wasn't starter in Alabama. No. He was second string.
No, it was like, but here's the thing. The other counter thing about Jeanty is like, to talk about it because it's a good conversation. I mean, Jeanty has a lot of wear and tear, and running backs only have so much life in the NFL. Josh Jacobs, when he came out, he wasn't the starter; he was a backup, and we still got him at the end of the round, number 1. So he's producing, and I'm not saying that Jeanty won't. And you know what? If we took Jeanty at number 6. I'm not going to be mad with that at all. I'm going to be happy with it. But running backs, we know they have a shelf life. So that's why I was curious about that question. Where are those cats in the NFL now when Josh wasn't even a starter, and like someone got drafted ahead of him in the first round.
Yeah, but the thing is,
That's a good point to make.
if we need to make it a short, because I know that some of the y'all didn't know about the running back's weaknesses.
You
About
boys
like,
are on your computers right now looking this shit up.
oh, yeah,
I'm
but
cleaning my
honestly,
lid on my cup.
oh,
I'm not looking up anything.
Honestly, I know what you're talking about.
no, but honestly, I mean, one of the biggest weakness is the run blocking, and I think the Raiders they need to resolve all of that. So I'm not gonna be really mad if you're gonna draft Jeanty at number 6. I mean, they're gonna be like a game changer because most of the running backs are really good, but most of them are really bad. But if we need something to like a run blocker to fit out the scheme, and of course with Jim Kelly, I mean that would be great. I mean, if you had the code working with a run system, that'll be incredible because after all those years solutioning all those problems on the running back, because I understand that Zamir White doesn't have the vision, sometimes Dylan Love doesn't
No
have
problem,
the
Rose down.
McCormick, but somehow if we need to start to get solutionated all this problem for the running back, because after we just sign off Raheem Mostert as now as the master of the running back. So if we need to something to take care about it, we need to something like at a better end to take over, like the teaching sound like the new guys on the running back, because it's not gonna be really that easy at all. We had to the salute about the problem of the running scheme and of course the coverage and the blockage.
Okay, question I got about Jeanty. How was his pass catching out the backfield? I don't know any stats on that.
It was great this year.
It was.
That was great.
I don't know. I'm seriously asking a question because Chip Kelly do like running backs that can catch the ball. He has players who can catch the ball.
When I was looking up the stat for when somebody mentioned Jeanty had fumble problems, I was looking up I think he had 45 catches for 500 and something yards.
Okay,
that's like
good.
That's a ridiculous amount of freaking yards after the catch.
That's like Charlie Gardner.
Yeah, that's crazy amount. So, but I mean, and I think his targets were 51 or 53. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I mean, he only had like 5-6 drops or something like that the entire year. I mean, the thing about it is this. Here's where I feel about it. And Rosetown mentioned it the best on here. Let's see. He says, Pete and Spytech made smart moves in free agency. I expect them to do the same in the draft. Yeah. That's where I'm at. I am more confident in this staff than I've been in 30 years.
Well, we got adults in the room. That's why we don't have no idiots. We have adults in the room. We make decisions.
Exactly.
I mean,
they're collaborating, making smart moves, making smart decisions, creating competition. That is all we can ask for.
Listen, last year we had the GM not talking to the head coach not talking to the GM. They didn't talk to each other. You can't run an organization if your GM and your head coach and your coaching staff can't talk to the GM and tell them what we need. They didn't have it last year. That's why they just picked their, what they didn't want to pick.
That's our biggest upgrade in 20 years is the coaching staff and the front office, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure, Ken, I think he was drafted when Saquon was.
Oh, man. Yeah, but there's like the only thing. I mean, this year I'm very confident about John Spatek and Pete Carroll. I mean, they're not going to necessarily to waste all the money on cash pays, because if they have like the blueprint to say, let's make more easier than anybody, because right now it seems that if it's cheaper, that'll be better, because if it's better and it goes like at a lot of years experience, they go for it. I mean, I love that the confidence between like the Jim Kelly, Sheem, also Pete Carroll, John Spatek. I mean, those organizations could be like a game changer. And after all those years, I'm getting like a few success, but also like a weakness, but also like a failures. I think that between for John Spatek and Pete Carroll could be like something brand new. Because if you want to something with a lot of experience, so I'm not very kidding about that, folks, because we're not gonna sign like the big time like free agency running back or right receiver to say, oh, we're just wasting the money on just one player. No, because if we need to do it, sign up those players who became like a veteran for like 8-9 years, and it's cheaper. That's very good, because if we need to do something to take care of all about the defense, because it's gonna be like a rather in the paper to say what play is gonna be like it available to say, oh, this guy I love this so much, because they have a great vision in scouting.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever Rafa said.
Crazy.
I mean, here's another thing. I mean, there's another important date after the draft. After the draft, June 1st is a big date. June 1st is massive. So whatever we don't get, we save in draft capital come June 1st. There's a lot of people going to want to be moving and doing all kinds of other stuff. June 1st is a big date. People don't
that's facts, bro.
realize.
Yeah,
Yeah,
let me tell you something about June 1st now, man. A lot of those guys that get released during that day are cap.
I'm not talking about release. I'm not talking about release.
Well, they're cap casualties, so they get a lot of money. They get a lot of money, and it looks like right now we're in the business of paying players cheap. So we're not going to get those guys. We're not going to get those unless we're waiting for that. Unless we're waiting for those guys. You know, we're saving all this money to get maybe one or two guys. Because that's the money I'm talking about.
Gravy, when they cut the players, they're going to take lesser money because they're getting cut because their salary cap's too high. They're not playing up to that level. So we're going to get hopefully get better players in on a cheaper deal because no one's going to have the cap.
But that's my point.
They're getting cut because they can't.
Yeah, I agree with you, bro.
They're good. They're above the salary cap. They're above the salary cap. They can't afford this guy, so they let him go. Right. Now we can't afford him. So what's the difference?
But we will be able to because we
because they
can't afford him. We can afford him right now. We could afford. We could have got those guys during free agency.
But crazy, they haven't been cut yet. We gotta wait for the cuts.
You gotta wait for the cuts.
You gotta wait for the contract cuts.
We gotta wait for a $20 million guy. $20 million player to get paid cheap and then not get the same player. What type of attitude is he gonna have getting paid cheap? You think he's gonna ball out?
He's still in the NFL because one thing when
tell me one player that got released from June 1st that balled out and made the Pro Bowl.
Oh, come on. Really?
That's a good question. I don't know.
That's what I expect. That's what I expect, dude. That's what I expect from a player like that.
I do. I know one that left the Raiders.
You should too, man, because we keep doing the stuff that we're doing now, getting these players and call them lateral moves. We're gonna be a 4-win team, bro. We need to get guys that are better.
Move. What are you talking about?
So you think Roberts is better than Spillane? You think Roberts is better than Spillane?
Gravy. Can I say one thing?
Go ahead.
When you talk running backs, bro, I am all in. When you talk how good running back is and what the attributes are.
Yeah.
But when I talk about moves and the way the NFL works and the trades and stuff like that, I'm very educated on that stuff. Just understand that, okay? So that being said, June 1st, did you really just ask who the Pro Bowl guy was that was released after June 1st that made the Pro Bowl the following year?
Tell me his name.
How many you want?
Give me one.
Antonio Pierce. Let's see.
Antonio Pierce was a Pro Bowl player. Antonio Pierce was a Pro Bowl player.
Huh?
He was a cap casualty. Antonio Pierce made so much money, his team had to get rid of him. Those are the guys I'm talking about.
That's when he went to Giants.
Antonio Pierce made one of the highest paid.
Went to the Giants.
Antonio Pierce was not one of the highest. Antonio Pierce was not one of the highest paid linebackers in football, bro.
No, but he was
a good linebacker that won a Super Bowl. He overachieved what he was. He wasn't an all-pro linebacker.
He made the Pro Bowl several years, man.
I don't remember that, bro. I didn't watch the Giants. I didn't know what player he was. All I know is that he fucked our team up. He fucked our team up. That's all I know.
What's going on, brother?
Hey, Matt.
Hey, Matt.
But see, look what I mean, that man. What I mean, that man, is that we should have did this a while back. This is just another thing that's in my book that we just wait. Well, okay, now we're going to say, oh, June 1st cuts. Here we go. We're going to do something with it and be disappointed in that again. Just like I was disappointed in free agency. We're going to be disappointed because we're not going to do anything.
But
there's something brewing up.
Yeah,
but you can't take someone else's salary cap hit. That's the problem. June 1st.
Our salary cap is look how much money we got, bro. Look how much money we have, and why can't we? Why do we have to wait till June 1st?
I'm saying
to get a decent player. You still have to pay
because players are like June 1st cut.
Listen, okay,
June 1st cut doesn't mean he's going to get paid less.
Yes,
June
it does.
No, it does not.
Yes, it does.
Show me where it says
a
that.
A lot of players in June 1st cuts take less money to play for the NFL team. Because
maybe if they want to play somewhere.
Hold on a second. June 1st cuts. Usually the team can't pay him because he is paying him too much. So you're paying $20 million a year. We can't afford that. We're gonna cut you. He can go cut. The contract is void now. So now he can go shop another team. The team said, we're not paying $20 million, so we should take less. He will take less to keep playing football in his professional career. They may build another contract that way to get $20 million. That always happens after June 1st cuts.
Right. How do you know
that? They get cut.
But that's
how do you know that? How do you know that?
They get because the contract once they get June 1st cut, the contract is null and void. What the team was playing before, nobody has to pay them that much now. So now they can negotiate a new contract. We can pay you less, or you can kick rocks. So I'll see
you're saying that's what you think it is.
No, right? That's what it is.
That's not what it is. Why would a player? Because he makes so much money. Obviously, he's getting cut because he makes too much money for the team to afford him, right?
Mm-hmm.
So why would he say, "Oh, you cut me? Okay, I'm just going to go to another team and ask to get paid. I'm not gonna go $10 million less just to play for the Raiders. I'm gonna ask for the same contract. I'm the same player. My just because I got cut because I make too much money doesn't mean that my play went down. I understand that you get less money.
I ain't talking about 20 million.
Wait. Let's look at Russell Wilson last year. Russell Wilson got cut, and the Pittsburgh signed him for $1.8 million.
But look at what Denver had to take. Denver had to take a $60 million.
That's right. That's why he signed with the Steelers at $1.8 million. The veteran minimum because he's already getting paid.
Because he was making $50 million from Denver. Denver was paying him.
That's right. That's exactly my point.
So he made $60 million. He made $61 million.
So that's why it's important.
What's up, Frank Weber? Welcome.
Hey, hold on.
Yeah, I'm with Frank Weber. I'm not counting on June 1st cuts. I'm with Gravy on that. I'm just saying, I don't even want that. But I don't want to pay these guys a big ass contract when we need to pay a big ass contract. That's what I'm saying. They got the money.
You can't play a good player and disrespect the dude saying you're going to play here for cheap because you got cut. If I'm balling and I make too much money, the player's going to say, I'm not downgrading my play. My numbers are the same. My numbers are the same. I just make too much money. Now, okay, if you want to negotiate with another team, it ain't, you're going to play for less.
But I'm not saying, you're talking about Big Johnson. It's a 20-minute team, and that's a big job. I wouldn't take that neither. I wouldn't say, fuck that. I'm talking about like
Gravy, you're getting cut for a reason.
Arnold, you're talking about Le'Veon Bell.
They drafted your replacement, and you make too much money, and so they're going to cut you. So it's like, and by June 1st, most of the cap is already spent. So there's not a lot of choices out there. You're going to take what is available for that particular player. But there's not going to be a lot of cap.
Yeah, but there's a thing, Jack. I mean,
those we have now, Jack. We have what, $50 million just sitting there?
No, right? Not really. We're going to come June 1st. Yeah, because we're going to cut a lot of. We're trimming fat.
Who are we going to cut? The guys that deserve to get paid low. We're not going to cut no big guys because we don't have any.
Diablo, there's $8 million. I mean, shit. You know what I mean?
Diablo's contract is done. He's a free agent.
You don't have the money.
He's gone.
But you're out from
Diablo's gone.
No, we don't need anything. He was a free agent.
No, but you're out from under that June 1st. Because still
June 1st is when the new league year starts.
Yeah. Well, yeah. We don't pay
Negative on that one because he was cut after the new league year started.
He was a free agent.
Diablo was a free agent. He wasn't cut.
Diablo was a free agent.
I agree
Yeah,
on that.
he was a free agent.
He went to another. He went to another. Team.
Hold on. Do you guys understand what dead cap means?
We don't have any dead cap with Diablo.
No, we have $29 million in dead cap this year.
You sure do.
But that's what contracts that those guys don't play for us no more.
Right? And we
That's
took
right.
a dead cap hit.
That's the hit.
That was the one thing I thought about Andre James. Like, why would we let him go this year? And it's on Lunatic's channel. It's like, why would we let him go? It's like we're going to take like almost an $7.98 million cap hit this year. And then, but next year, if we kept him on the roster as a backup, it's only 1.7, but you can eliminate his cap all in one season.
Exactly.
Everybody
June 1st, all our dead cap is gone. Every bit of it. All of it.
Those are players that don't play for us no more, Jack.
I know it's an extra $29 million next year that we're going to have to spend.
Because we're going to have to rework all these one-year contracts that we've been signing too. So.
That's the problem. That's the problem that we're doing.
These are guys that we're going to be looking to extend long-term, or multiple-year deals instead of just re-signing. So, I mean, the one-year contracts make sense with the with the hindsight that you're going to get this dead cap money back comes after June, whenever it falls off.
And that's why they're doing this. That's why they're doing this right now. These players and the 1 year contract, but there's no guarantee. There's no guarantee that these 1 year contracts, and then the guy does his 1 year, and then he bounces and gets paid more money on another team, just like what happened with our guys that we should.
Like for example, I mean Russell Wilson with the Giants. I mean he's paying for a 1 year only.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but he's getting more. He's getting more money than Jameis Winston did, bro. He's getting.
Yeah, I mean,
it's crazy. Russell Wilson's only getting like $10.5 million in a contract. So look how far that guy's fallen.
Getting 20 something.
You know what's crazy about that deal?
20 something million fully guaranteed for 1 year.
You know what's crazy about that deal is Russell Wilson still getting money from the Broncos, is second team away from them.
Yeah, I know exactly. But here's one.
Justin Fields is making twice as much money as Russell Wilson.
Okay, that's ballsy right there. If you could be a team and take that hit for 2 years, that's ballsy right there. You'll do that.
Damn. Sean Payton
more than just his
contract.
contract.
60 million. You lost what?
Joking was
40. You're losing $40 million this year. I would be pissed if we were in that type. And I don't even get in the Raiders' pockets. I don't even care. I don't even care how much money we spend or how much we owe or whatever. Just get the players to win games. That's all I want.
That's what we all want. Just get the right.
I'm not into the cap. We're over the cap. Then fuck it. The Saints do it every year for the last 20 years. They never get in trouble for that shit. They never get fined. They never get docked.
It's just
how many years have the Saints been over the cap? We're still over the cap.
The luxury tax, no big deal.
Yeah, over the cap for 20 years. Our owner got banked like a mug, and fuck it, go over the cap. Get some guys, get them over here. We're not on a budget.
Who did the Saints got rid of last year? They're like all pro defensive back or cornerback. Lattimore. They had to get rid of him because of this stuff.
They traded him. They traded him.
They had to get rid of him.
They had to get rid of him. What did they get for him? Probably not much.
I don't know.
And they're still in cap hell down there. Saints are still.
He was a Raider. I was hoping he was be a damn Raider. That would have been a great Raider.
Shit. That'd have been great.
Can't argue with that, Gravy. Lattimore on our team. Oh, that would be nice.
Yeah. I'll take, if they did something crazy and went and got Kamara, I'll take that right now. Forget Jeanty. Forget Jeanty. I'll say, all right, we got Kamara. I'll take I'll take Mason Graham.
I think Mason Graham, yes, but I'm not taking Kamara over Jeanty. I take Jeanty over Kamara. Kamara's old now.
I think Jeanty, you know what you're getting with him. Jeanty's still a big question mark on the pro level. Kamara is a commodity. You already know what you're getting with him. I would take
but how old is
he? It all depends for the quality.
Yeah.
It all depends for the quality and production. But Jack,
but you're not looking at him to go out there and carry the full workload. just Kamara in the passing downs alone is huge upgrade from anything that we've had in the last few years.
Mhm.
Well, if you're saying you're going to put him, add him on there as a third down running back only, then yeah. But I mean, honestly, you look at the age. I would take Jeanty over Kamara every day of the week. Sorry,
There's a
it's
running
like,
back in this league right now that I would trust coming out of the
I mean,
backfield.
Nav already said he's already got like over almost 550 yards in receiving, and so he does what Kamara does. But Kamara can't run the ball like he did like 4 or 5 years ago. I'm sorry, I'd rather have Jeanty over Kamara.
That'll be very surprising at all. And
Hey,
for his
WTF,
fans,
I love you. I love you hitting my freaking heart right there, man. But there's no way that's ever going to happen. But damn, Dylan Sampson, I met that young man in person, and he's a freaking stud.
Just an FYI.
Yeah.
Isn't he out of like the Carolinas?
No, Tennessee.
Tennessee?
Tennessee Wolves.
I like him. I like him. Now, man, I like. He's good. He's a good man.
Man, he just makes people like whiff. It's
You
just
see,
like
the thing about Samson, that he has the same qualities as far as footwork like Jeanty has. He don't run high knee. He keeps his feet lower to the ground where he doesn't waste space, and he knows how to shake people instead of just blowing them up. It's more risky doing that nowadays than it is being a shifty running back, and that's what Jeanty has. He has that, and so does Samson. But he's the type guy that'll put his foot in the ground and bang with you too. That's a Tennessee type running back.
The only reason Samson's not in the same conversation as Jeanty because he got hurt last year. So that's
the reason why he's about what I would say.
I agree.
So Nav, I have a question for you. So, I mean, you know more about Samson than I do, but with Jeanty and Hamilton and Henderson and Junkins and the running back from Iowa, where do you rate him? Let's say if he didn't get hurt, where do you rate him against those guys?
Wow.
I'd say Jeanty just in front of him, and then him second.
Well, you put him over Hampton and Junkins and Henderson.
Yes. I mean,
wow.
You think about it in this perspective. Samson is the all-time leading rusher of the University of Tennessee in all categories. Always been in the SEC. That's saying something.
Yeah, that makes everything something. And Jack, let me tell you for this one. I mean, this running back class is much different because they have much production, they have much vision, but also they just realize they're freak athletes. I mean, we didn't see that everything coming up there about for that year, because I understand that the running back class of this year is very powerful than the quarterback class. I'm sorry, because I don't see that the quarterback class of this year could be that.
Dropped it.
And Rob, before he came on, I already said this, there's like 2 all-stars in his draft, and I see, and there's 14 starters. 14.
14 starters.
There's only 32 teams in the league, right? There's 14 starters. So this running back class, that's what makes a Jeanty conversation like interesting, because there's like this is the deepest running back class I can ever remember.
Hey, Jack, it's not 14 starters. It's 14 RB1s.
Oh, yeah.
Well, okay. Well, then RB1s, to me, that's a starter. Nav, you got it, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, but also, sorry. But before I leave out, because right now I had so many things to do. But, I mean, this running back class, it reminds me of like something powerful, because if we need to something, a lot of passion, dedication, vision, because I really understand that somehow between Dylan Sampson, Ashton Jeanty, I mean, a lot of those guys, they have the much potential to live it out at this close, because in this point, I mean, the quarterback class of 2025, I mean, doesn't have the much hype enough. Because if we need to do something about like the right receivers, the running back, I mean, it's all about like having the scout in the vision, because it's not gonna be like really easy to choose who's gonna be the best, who's gonna be like the most cheaper, who's gonna be like the super athlete. I mean, we're not giving like something like very quickly. So we had to observe first and then say, oh, this guy is really perfect. So even though that I'm I'm just studying for scouting. I mean, I'm just gonna check all the talent and see what's the biggest weakness, who's gonna have the biggest losers, and of course, I got the biggest grade that happens to go for the running back or a wide receiver. And I just wanted to tell you, salute to you guys. And I know that it's been like a rough night, but I just wanted to tell you, salute to everybody else on the chat, Jeff, Jack,
Thank you,
also
brother.
B, Chris, and I know that Greg left, but I just wanted to tell you that I'm still learning about for the football, so I'm not going to disappoint. But I gotta tell you for this one, don't be surprised if the running back class of 2025 could be better than the quarterback class of 2025 because they're not left above the hype because the running back class of 2025 they have more speed, more production, and more intensity. So I just wanted to tell you. Salute to you guys. Have a good night.
Hey, Raph.
Yeah,
Good
Raph.
to see you, kiddo.
Good to see
My
you.
brother. Hey, he did say it. He said it. I couldn't say it any better, to be honest with you.
Well, you know what's going to happen? You know what's going to happen this year? There's going to be a big run running backs, thanks to Saquon Barkley, what he did for the Philadelphia Eagles. So the last thing that we want that too. So there's going to be a big run of running backs. I won't be surprised if Jeanty's not there at 6. I would not be surprised if he's not there at 6. One team might like, you know what? We want to do what Philadelphia did. They had Saquon Barkley. He ran. Barkley basically ran the Philadelphia Eagles into the playoffs. Team's gonna say, we want that. Ooh, let's get Jeanty. We say Raiders picking him. Let's call Raiders. They see them on trade. Then we'll take that phone call. Because I say one running back don't change the whole team dynamics. Right. Teams have to be built and ready for that running back to come in. They need a stout offensive line, a decent quarterback can do play action pass. They need all that. We didn't have none of that. We starting to get that now, but we didn't have all that. We're not ready for a star like Jeanty. We can bring him in a year or so. Okay, we get Jeanty at number 6. He come in and run 2, 3, 4 games. Ooh, he can run for 100 yards, 120, 110. Yeah. 5th game he gets hurt, out for the rest of the season. Then what we do? That's why I say we need to draft 2 running backs instead of just 1.
Yeah. Chris, you're 100% correct. Because you never forget. Let's go back in time, guys. When we had the best running back tandem in the NFL history, with Marcus Allen and Bo Jackson on the team, the best running backs the NFL's ever seen. And Jeff, you're playing, the video games now. You run Bo Jackson in those video games. Man, you can run to one side of the field, run back to the other side of the field, and run back again, and nobody's going to ever tackle him.
That's what he did. That's what I did. Technical. I just ran Bo Jackson all around the field. Nobody can hit him.
Or Barry Sanders. Barry Sanders, too. You could do the same thing with him.
Yeah. But Moss, it was easy to do with Bo Jackson. Yeah. Bo Jackson, you could run into your own end zone, turn around and run back the other way and still score and not get
fired. Remember McFadden? McFadden was a great hell of a running back. What happened?
McFadden was
kept getting hurt. And we lost that running back. So,
but McFadden, in my mind, McFadden doesn't, compare to JJ.
No.
Josh Jacobs, in my mind, is the 3rd best running back that we've ever had, and that was like a big mistake that letting him go.
Yeah. I'm not comparing and contrasting any running backs we had. I'm just saying, McFadden was a good running back. When he had the ball, he was good line.
He's fast.
His problem was his availability. He was always hurt. So that's what I'm saying. Did he come in number 6? He gets in there, run a couple of games, and when he's out, then he's gone for another 4 games, and we lose our running back room. That's what I'm worried about. He has so many miles on him. You talking about Josh Jacobs? He didn't even run that much in Alabama. He was still fresh. So,
and that's why I asked the question earlier. You
go take a running back that he had to get.
Thanks for coming on, Gravy. You appreciate it, bro.
He had to salute Gravy fan. He had to get 40 carries to get 100 yards. That's a lot of wear and tear.
Hey, Gravy.
Yeah, thanks, Gravy.
And Chris, that was the reason why I asked the question earlier about Jeanty. Like, the whole offense ran through him, so he has more wear and tear on his tires.
Well, that's all he did. They ran the hell out of him.
Later, Arnold. Thanks for popping in. I appreciate it. Just a quick reminder to everybody in the chat, if you haven't subscribed already, If you're new to the chat, make sure you hit that subscribe and notification on my channel, on Chris 4 Raiders.
I already did it.
Make sure you get over to Chris 4 Raiders, hit that notification, hit the subscribe, hit the thumbs up. He's streaming from his channel right now.
Yeah, appreciate it.
I do have a separate channel that I put up. I'm just putting it up right now again. That's where I'm going to be doing all my game streaming, unless it's football related, then it'll probably be on here. Make sure you do the same thing for LV Raider 10. He's my Thursday night partner on Raiders Coast to Coast. And he's got LV Raider Gaming is his other channel. Make sure you hit that up. Myself and Chris tend to do a lot of shows together during the week. We've been a little behind on the last couple of weeks, just not because of him. It's been because of me and the way I've been feeling.
Hope you're okay, bro.
I didn't play Leo in Tecmo Bowl. It was Nate that I played, and I beat him first. So anyway.
Yeah, get it right,
Chris
Del. Get it right.
Chris and I do shows together.
Smoked by somebody.
Huh?
What?
Get it right, Del. He got smoked by somebody.
Yeah. Chris, you think we're ready to call it for the night, or we're at 3 hours now?
Yeah, I'm about done. I'm gonna go in and eat some dinner.
So then we'll go with this. We'll go with final thoughts. Jack, you got anything coming up that you're on for shows coming up?
Well, again, it's like it's always behind. It's like I'm always talking to the other fans, like what the Raiders have done. We're always up to date, like what the Raiders do, what's going on. I just can't wait for this draft, man. I just want to see what they do. And with Spy Tech, playing chess versus checkers, that's about it. I mean, literally, every day I look at I just want to see somebody. I just want to see Keenan Allen, get signed, or just somebody, or
Keenan Allen.
Yeah, no, I do. I like. Well, he used to be a number
one
one.
With or without the medic kit, because either way, he's going to need a medic kit.
I don't care. If I don't care. It's I just want him to supplement.
That's going to be injured and
we're going to pay $11 million. He's going to play only like 4 games or 5 games.
I'm not paying to pay him $11 million, there, Chris. I'm saying I just want to see a guy like that. So again, what Nab said, after June 1st, I want to see what guys get let go. How we're going to use this cap. Are we going to roll this cap over? I mean, every day is a new adventure with our Raiders, and it always keeps me excited. And that's why I see 10 channels a day and going on them. I just want to see what is new, what's going on, because there's so much. But I do want to see certain positions be filled, because you know what? We talk about again, our number one wide receiver right now is a 1B. He's not a X. He's a Z. I want to see a X wide receiver come in here, and then draft after that. That's the one position we haven't filled yet, and I know we're going to do running backs. So maybe double dip at the running back.
We need progress and stability, and grabbing a guy that's injury prone.
It's not stability.
I'm not up for that one. Absolutely.
No. I rather go and just pick up Lockett. That's it. It's called a day.
Yeah.
Jack,
what shows?
I don't know if Walker can pass up Tucker, but I know Keenan Allen. You guys have watched him over the years. We know what he can do
when he's available. Yeah.
Well, we talk about that with Hobbs, right? Hobbs is a great player when he's on the field.
Who did he play for last year? Who did Keenan Allen play for last year?
He played for the Bears,
and he was hurt. So why are we going to pick up a player that
played for the Bears? You're going to get hurt, but it wasn't hurt with the Chargers all that much.
Yeah, but
yes, he was.
He was hurt. He missed almost a whole season with the Chargers. What are you talking about? Yeah. Game 2.
He was always getting hurt.
Yeah, he missed the whole season.
There's not much out there. We need depth. I mean,
honestly, I'd rather have somebody like Amari.
So if Myers got hurt, what do we got? Please name me the backup wide receiver besides Tucker. Who is our number 3? Who do we have behind him? I mean, that is such a weak room.
When we name here, hold on, Jeff, before we sign off, hold on, man. Let me put Jack straight here.
No, don't go.
No. You asked the question. Don't move it up.
I did, but you're looking it up. I want you to say off the top of your head. Who do we have backing him up?
I can't think of his name. I'm trying to find him right now. I can't think of his name. I can't say over Milk.
We got the kid from UCLA that that was played under Tip.
Let's see. I'm not counting Bachman. Screw him. Foreman, I'm not counting him though. Jackson though. Ramal Keaton have him. He played all right last year. He was in there. McAllister. They got guy Cal Phillips. They got receiver. Then I never say the best abilities, but we have receivers in the room. They just never got the opportunities last year. Okay, so I say Lockett. If Bob hits the barrel, go ahead and be sign Cooper. So what?
So if Lockett comes on the team,
not Keenan Allen. Why are we going to spend money on a
It depends on it always depends on the contract, right, guys?
Doesn't matter.
And I trust in Spytech, signing smart contracts. I could see like a guy like Keenan Allen coming over here on a cheaper deal. But you're saying Lockett, is he going to pass up Tucker? Is he going to beat out Tucker at third wide receiver?
Jack, I'm not giving Keenan Allen a donut and a donut and coffee to play for Raiders because he's not going to play for the Raiders. He always hurts. Always hurt. Okay? Why give him $1 million? Okay, fine. Why am I going to get a player to take a spot on a roster or wide receiver and he's still on a goddamn bench because he's hurt? Why? That makes no sense.
I run on Duncan.
So you're going to say you want Lockett over Keenan Allen?
I want Lockett over Keenan Allen. Jack, this is where you lost me, brother. Keenan Allen, seriously?
I do like Keenan Allen.
You're gonna die. You're gonna die on that one by yourself, brother.
I might.
No way I'm jumping on that.
The draft hasn't happened yet, so I wouldn't mind double dipping on wide receivers. I wouldn't mind double dipping on running backs. I wouldn't even mind I definitely want a linebacker. I want a free safety.
805.
I want $1 million, but I ain't gonna get that either. There's no way. What do you see in Keenan Allen that makes you say he's going to be such an upgrade or he's going to help us immensely? I don't see
I'm not saying he's going to be the type of wide receiver we want to be a big wide receiver, stretch the field, be a Tucker, but a bigger guy.
Learn how to stretch so he doesn't get hurt, let alone stretch. He ain't fucking stretching no field.
Well, if you look at it, it's like Keenan Allen kind of reminds me of Myers in the way of being
I used to pick up on the rescue. That's what it reminds me of.
Did not Myers get over 1,000 yards, and then Bowers got 1,000 yards? If we could have another guy who can run good routes, doesn't have to stretch the field, but he's someone that's capable. But what do we have in that X position? What is who's the X wide receiver?
Hold on, Jack. Don't make me mute you. Hold on. So, what are you saying? You want another wide receiver that's going to get 1,000 yards also?
I just want someone who's capable to catch the ball and run good routes. I mean, that's kind of like.
Hang on. You honestly think we're going to get 3 players on this team that are each going to have over 1,000 yards and still?
No. What I'm saying is that's kind of what, again, you think about our wide receiver room that we had in the beginning of last year in the way of our ex wide receiver from Green Bay. I mean, he's not the super fastest guy in the world. He's got good hands. He can run good routes. It makes you put guys on him.
Keenan Allen's not the answer, Jack. He gets hurt too much. I'm not going to pay. He gets $11 million years right now from the Bears.
I'm not paying him $11 million. No, I'm not there with $11 million.
I'm not even paying a biscuit and a donut. He's why am I going to take a wide receiver spot up for somebody who's supposed to be all that, but he's not available?
I don't want to give him a Gatorade bottle, let alone a fucking donut and
I'm not taking them. No, that's ridiculous. That's the worst.
Damn.
I kind of see him as like a Devontae Adams right now. So Devontae didn't do any of that stuff except for good hands, good route running, spread the field, make other guys cover you.
If you
stretch the field for other guys.
If you said Mark Cooper or something like that, I've been bored with that. But no, not Keenan Allen.
Jack, when you go on the Wild Wild West show Wednesday night, you bring that up. Do you think Keenan Allen would be a good fit? You tell me what those guys think. They're all going to tell you, oh, that's a great fit. Because they're all fucking rivals of ours. They're going to be like, yeah, that's a great move.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I already got an answer for that, Jeff. Like, the Charger host has already said that he would rather have him back than Mike Williams, which they signed him for like $6 million.
They're both injury issues.
Yeah, they're both injury problems.
Neither one of them played a full season last year.
Nope.
And one of them was injured the season before with the Chargers.
Yeah, missed whole season.
That was Mike Williams.
Yeah, missed whole season. So why are we going to pay for injury? I think we have enough of that paying for someone who's already hurt.
Damn. I hope you all don't ask me for my last thoughts. Get my freaking ass handed to me the way freaking Jack did.
Well, Jack asked for it.
I don't care what they say now, because you know what? I know what works and what's good. I mean, honestly, it's like, what else do you guys want? Do you guys not want another veteran wide receiver in the room?
Yeah, of course we do.
Yeah,
but not him. Anybody but him.
Elijah Moore would be a good one.
Well, I like that. Nab, I do like that.
I said Elijah Moore like 5 minutes ago, and you didn't say a word.
Yeah, no, that's it. I'm good
now
with that.
All of a sudden, now you like him?
Jack likes me better, bro. He likes me better.
Apparently.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Thanks, Jack.
Was the worst player the Lakers ever had.
Blood pressure back up again. Thanks, Jack.
Jack
trying to bring attention, boys. That's all I'm trying to do.
Oh no, Jack. But we do need another veteran wide receiver. That's agreed upon.
Rosetown says just walk away before it happens. Walk away.
I just don't see that, Keenan Allen. No. Too many injuries.
Hey, man, your final thoughts then before we cut out of here.
Oh no, you didn't say that. Okay. I have some notes, and I'm going to go for my notes. Okay.
All right.
We're going to talk
a 4-hour show.
No, we're going to talk Jeanty. Okay. He had 950 carries in 3 seasons. 950. Okay. He had 80 receptions total for 1,030 total. That's a lot of mileage, granted. Okay. However, last year, 374 carries with no fumbles, 43 catches for 554 yards. So, homage to Gravy. He is definitely the best running back in this draft. Bar none. Okay. However, that's not what we need. Just not what we need in the first round.
I agree.
I think we need a guard, because if we don't get a guard, JPJ is going to be moved to guard, and I don't like that at all. I think we need a stud linebacker, and I think we need a stud cornerback. If we do those things, the back ends of both lines are going to be better. You know what I mean? So running backs.
Here's my rebuttal on that with the cornerback. Do we really need a stud cornerback when our front line is going to be so damn tough?
Not necessarily.
We could just go with a feasible cornerback back there, because quarterbacks aren't going to have the time you think they're going to have.
Agreed. So if we went, okay, all right, that's the way we're rolling,
I agree,
right?
Todd. Matt. Todd. Oh my God. Sorry.
I
saw the Marinovich and I thought Todd right away. Sorry, Matt. I didn't mean to say that.
Did you just put him on timeout because it said Todd Marinovich? Oh,
no.
Anyway, so
I just insulted the poor guy.
Yeah, my bad.
So Matt, I'll ask you. Matt, I'm sorry. Nab, I'll ask you this: do you feel like we need a free safety over a corner?
No, let me finish though. Here's the thing though, but when when you get into the second and third round, you start thinking about more of talent than best player available. Do you not? In the third round and beyond, it's more like best player available, I think, than it is anything. Third and fourth round. So I'm just saying, the point being is if you can have a safety or dude that can play linebacker both, you know, kind of come in the box when needs to be, whatever. That dude, Eamon Warry's a freaking freak. An absolute freak in nature. He can be a linebacker. He can be a strong safety. He can be whatever you want him to be. He's a cover guy. He's fast. He's got hands, that type of stuff. You know what I mean? So after number 6, so my point is this. At 6, I think if we just slide back a touch.
That's the truth, Ardell.
You know what I mean? Then we can just rotate it out around. You know what I mean? And just start picking up the good ones in second and third. You know what I mean? That's, to me, the meat of this draft is in the second and third rounds. That's where the meat of this draft's at. To be perfect,
we could have multiple picks if we do it right too.
Yes, and the thing is, if we do it right, and the right person setting at 6, say Shedeur or Jeanty, say the Saints, going, damn, we really got to have that. Cool. Well, give us your freaking 2026 first rounder and yours for this year, and we'll do it. You know what I mean? Yep. I mean, 6 to 9, not a big deal. 6 to 12, big deal. Huge deal. Once you get out of the side of the top 10, it's different. You know, so just saying, you know, it's just a thought. It's nothing written in stone. I mean, we got a long time to go. I mean, 2 weeks. What are we? 2 weeks before the draft? 2.5?
We're 3 weeks. 3 weeks away yesterday. So we're less than 3 weeks now.
A lot can happen. A lot can happen. But that Geno signing,
19 days away from the draft.
Yeah, that Geno signing was huge, actually. And it happened before I thought it was going to be perfectly honest with you. I thought that the organization knew it was done. And I thought they were going to roll that closer to the draft just to make everybody think a little harder and possibly move it out to the June 1st area that would make the Seahawks have to pay roster bonuses, you know? So, but apparently the Raiders are like, fuck it, we'll pay it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, that $18 million in roster bonuses, that's turning around into next year. So, and I'm good with that. And I'm just, look, everybody, I'm just real happy with the last 30 years. I watched this freaking organization just freaking go from one to the other and one to the other and one to the other and do all the stupid shit, crazy, shiny new toys all the time. Never panned out. This year, it's smart. It's moving slow. It's bringing in people with freaking nasty freaking attitude. And at a low price with a huge chip on her shoulder, something to prove. I promise you, this training camp is going to be must-see TV. This training camp is going to be must-see TV.
What's up, AR?
These prove it dudes that are in there, this is going to be must-see TV. They're going to be spanking each other around. I bet you that.
Pause. No spanking.
Yeah, right. But they're going
to be, what's up, brother?
So they're going to be competing at a high level in training camp. I promise you that. That's what I want. That's what I want to see. Yeah, Geno, Chen, and Roberts. What Matt said.
Oh, I agree with that. I agree with his comment 100%. Definitely.
Dude puffing a lung dart. He says.
Talking about smoking a cigarette.
I thought you were going to talk about me.
A lung dart.
You too, Jack.
That is actually
I'm about to too. So
So what's up, Al? How you doing, buddy? How you doing?
What's going on, man? Yeah, I just thought I'd come
Kazi, how you
pull up
doing,
real
bro?
quick.
Good to see you.
Yeah. Thank you. You too, man. Jack, salute to you. Chris, how you going?
What's up?
Are you on
yeah.
the Keenan Allen trick? You on the Keenan Allen train? You on it? Sorry, Jack.
Look, I will. You know what? I'm gonna kind of back you on this one, Jack. And just hear me out. When you look at our wide receiver room, outside of Jacoby Myers, and to a point, Trey Tucker who's good in spots. What do we got?
Jack shit.
Bingo.
Yeah,
So look, like I'm all for doing whatever that's going to make our roster better. If Allen can make our roster better, whatever. Like if it's a cheap contract, whatever. But at the same time, I'm not getting excited about no one until they officially sign on as Raiders. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, exactly.
How much did we go through that song and dance through? And this happens every off season where people are like, let's go get this guy, or we're going to get that guy, or this guy's going to be an impending free agent, and we don't sign none of them.
Mm-hmm.
Not wrong there.
I would rather have.
Like,
I'd rather have Elijah Moore, to be honest with you, than Keenan Allen.
I believe we're going to try and take a flyer on someone, maybe middle of the draft, at wide receiver.
I would think so. Yeah.
I don't see it as being the primary focus round one, but you know, there is talks of that Tete Roa guy as possibly a target, but whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm all about making our roster better. That's my short and sweet answer.
My thing is,
you can do that with the draft, and that's the good thing is that there's so much talent in this draft. That Rosetown just said it too. Ricky White, that's the kid from UNLV.
Yeah.
Every time I've been doing a mock draft when I'm looking for a wide receiver later in the draft, his name is always still there, you know, and I know he's good. You know, I mean, he would be perfect for us. Plus, it's a hometown kid too. You know, that would be cool in a way too, because it's a nice little story, and you know, it's one of those feel good move. You know, and he's got talent to back it up. You know. I mean, granted, UNLV ain't, you know, they're not Penn State or Notre Dame or any one of these big flashy colleges, but the kid was still pretty damn good for them. So,
right, we can find guys in that mid range. We've done that in the past. Guys like Denarius Moore, Jacoby Ford, Hunter Renfrow. You know what I'm saying? Like, these are just some examples. Trey Tucker as well. Like, they're just some examples of like we don't have to look high, like, you know, first 2 rounds. Like we've done it before. Hopefully we can do it again. It can happen.
Yep. And that's the thing. I think the biggest upgrade we made this offseason was the front office down, from the top down. Mm-hmm. So this year is the first time I trust our coaching staff and our front office to make the right decision at 6, whether it's trade back or pick one.
You didn't trust Ziegler and McDummy? You didn't trust those guys?
Come on, bro. You know better than that. I mean,
shit nuts.
And to be honest,
I had to break the room up a little bit. That's what.
To be honest with you, I didn't have a problem with Gruden. I had a problem with Mayock. That dude was a freaking moron.
You know, and it's too bad too, because like when he was doing his commentary, like when he was doing the draft analysis stuff, he was always really good, and I always respected him. That's why I thought maybe, okay, this might work out with him being our GM, knowing what he knows about, you know, searching for talent and, you know, character judgment of talent.
That's
and my God, was I wrong? I just
don't ever forget he drafted, you know, Max. So
no, that wasn't. Was that when he was in the door?
Yeah, that was.
I don't think so.
Gruden drafted Max.
No, Gruden did the first round.
Wasn't Mayock's first?
Did all the rest of the round. So we like struck out, except for Josh Jacobs on the first round. We took Leatherface, and we took what was it? The safety.
Hey, Jack, hold on. Go ahead, AR. What'd you say?
Sorry, I didn't mean to get in there. No, you're right. Like Mayock was a disappointment for the most part. Although that 2019 class, like a lot of people look at that and look how we fucked up in the first round, because we did, outside of Josh Jacobs. However, the rest of that class, like we found like Hunter Renfrow, Max Crosby, Foster Moreau, A few
That's
other
Mayock.
guys, maybe the names
Oh,
escape me.
Foster Moreau. Yeah.
But on the flip side of that, that 2020 class, which had Mayock's fingerprints all over it, and he's even come out, and Gruden's come out and said, like, a lot of that class was his decisions. That was one of the worst draft classes in our history. Like, you look at from top to bottom, Henry Ruggs, Damon Arnett, Brian Edwards, fucking Lynn Bowden, that John Simpson.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
fucking training camp.
horrible. Tanner Muse is another one from that draft class.
Yeah, that
One of the worst
Yeah.
draft classes ever.
That's
And the
true, too.
only guy that panned out for us that did anything of note was Amik Robertson, the very last pick in that draft class. Every other pick in that class was an epic flame out, and very disappointing, because I'm right there with you, Jeff, that like year in, year out, when you see him doing his draft thing on the TV or whatever, like, it's like, you know, he came across as very knowledgeable and very sensible with his analysis with talent. It's just a shame that like that 2020 class, like, man, like that was a disaster.
Hey,
An epic disaster.
AR, you know what selective amnesia is? Selective amnesia is like, apparently I forgot about that 2020 draft because it was so bad that I selectively forgot until you just told me. I mean, it was that terrible that it actually hurt me that bad that I didn't even remember that one. It was that bad.
Yeah, we got Abrams and all that stuff. I would think that
was 2019,
right?
That was 2019.
At 2019, yeah, I was like, oh God.
2021 was like their last draft class. Mayock and Gruden was actually fairly decent. My computer's crashed, so I'll be right back.
Yeah,
it wasn't bad. Apparently, I forget really bad ones.
Sorry,
I just prefer to like forget about those. Anybody else?
Yeah, crash.
Me too.
Yeah, AR. AR is across the pond, so it's every now and then there's a.
He's not across the pond. He's in Australia. That's not across the pond.
Oh, it's across. It's
down
way.
under.
It's a way across the pond.
That's down under.
What the fuck was I gonna say? We were talking about something here.
They are freeze. I think they are froze.
Yeah, I think his computer crashed.
Drew is a good chef, but he can't pick the groceries.
True. You know, and even like the Henry Ruggs thing, you know, you can't. That wasn't really necessarily a bad character flaw that came out prior to the draft. You know, that they could have found. It was just one bad night, bad mistake, bad decision on his part to do what he did. Decision. Yeah, you know, and that cost him his career and, you know, a chunk of his life basically by being in jail all that time.
His play got better.
Was just an unfortunate circumstance that happened to him. Other than that, I think Ruggs probably would have worked out. Would have been better towards the end of the season. He would have been. He'd still be on the team more than likely. He still would have had an impact on the team. It's just one stupid mistake he made in his personal life by driving when he shouldn't have. It cost someone their life and their dog, you know, and it just, like Ardell just said, poor choice.
Yeah.
And Jeff, it cost us another pick too in, you know, not taking Jalen Carter and taking Tyree because Jalen Carter did all that speeding on the campus and got arrested for it. So it cost us another pick because we didn't want to go through that again, right? So
that was Dave Ziegler.
That was I was just saying that wasn't the Mayock Gruden era.
No, but I'm just saying it cost us another pick because Mark didn't want to go through that again because of what happened with Ruggs. So it cost us another.
It wasn't just Ruggs. Remember, Nate Hobbs and Jacobs made poor decisions around that time as well. DUI, but like the bottom line for me with Ruggs, and I don't care what anybody says about how he was panning out, because yes, he was, but at the same time, the bottom line will always be his poor decision cost somebody the ultimate price.
Exactly.
And that nullifies everything else that he did on the field or whatever character he had before said mistake. Like I get it, like we all make mistakes, especially when you're young, but not to that extent. Like the fact that someone died from that's it. Like, let's end the story for me.
Anybody here that disputes what you just said, AR, is
18. So's your mother. Go fuck.
they're
your
inhuman.
shit.
They anybody that disputes that, you're inhuman. You know what I mean? It's but I guarantee you that young man did not get in that car intending to kill somebody that evening.
That's the point. The point, he got in the car drunk.
Agreed.
When they got Ubers, they got all that shit. But you got to remember though, like I said before, these are guys who came from that well-to-do family. They come in the field, wait. They come in there making that money. So now they got these fast cars. They get the top shelf. They get the top shelf alcohol. So they're gonna splurge. But he made the wrong decision. That's on him, not the NFL, not the Raiders.
He's a young guy, but at the same time, he's still a grown-ass man. And he's going to get in a car, drunk, speeding, trying to show off, which ended up like crashing. And like I said, like the bottom line is he killed somebody, whether it was by accident or by poor decision, whatever. That's the bottom line.
Nobody
nobody
tends to get in the car drunk and drive and kill somebody. Nobody tends to do that. But the point he made that mistake. That he's a grown man. He
enough to make that judgment call. He could have done 1,001 different things, but he chose to do that.
Yeah, right. Like make the phone call and get a ride because the NFL does supply these cars for these guys to pick them up when they need it, especially in a city like Las Vegas. Are you shitting me?
Absolutely.
I mean, good God, how do you not take advantage of that as a player? And how does the team not instill this in these guys that you go out and drink, don't fucking drive? Granted, he's an adult. He's still going to make that decision whether he drives or not. That just goes to show me that he's got a poor sense of judgment, too. So does that relate to on-field issues, too? Possibly.
Especially when you're in Las Vegas, you know.
They should take the rookie's keys right off the get-go. You're not allowed to drive.
Look at. All right, so let's put this in context here. Look at Ben Roethlisberger. All right, he was on a motorcycle, got into an accident. What did the team do? They took the bike away from him. They told him he couldn't ride the motorcycle during the season, or at least until he was done playing, because they didn't want him. I mean, you've invested millions in this guy, high draft pick, millions of dollars invested in him in contracts and everything else you got going on. And the last thing you want is for him to get into an accident with a motorcycle where he damages himself or kills himself or somebody else to the point where he can't play anymore. And that investment that they put into you is out the fucking window, you know? So they stopped him from riding his motorcycle after that accident. Right. It's the same fucking concept. If you know somebody's doing something that's, you know, possibly detrimental to themselves or other human beings, you stop them. In this case, it unfortunately it escalated immediately the first time it happened. That's the problem. You know?
Well, and the other thing is
that that time, the Raiders did discipline their players because remember, not just him got drunk, but a few like AR said, a few other players got DUIs too. Why is there so many players on this team getting DUIs? They're not having discipline and not controlling their players. Like, say, you know what, you got to knock this shit off, or you be off this team. They had no discipline.
The other thing with Ruggs specifically, and like maybe it seems like I'm kicking the guy down, but whatever. Like, I'm just speaking out loud. Didn't one of his best friends, wasn't he killed in like a drink driving incident in college? And he was doing all these dedications to him
in high school. In high
school. And then he went and gone and done the same damn thing.
Yeah.
Did not learn.
AR, I hope you don't think I was disagreeing with you at all.
No, I'm not. I'm just speaking my mind.
I just know
whenever people talk about like Ruggs, that's my bottom line.
I'm not sure where that came from.
No, it wasn't to you. That wasn't to you. That was to someone that Jeff was addressing in the chat, being a troll. But to Wolfgang's comment down there, like Alden Smith, he was making fuck ups too. But I will give Alden Smith credit in that, like when he was when the Raiders had to release him because he got done with another DUI. And I don't know if you guys remember that, like there was a video circulating around where he messed up and he was inebriated, and then somebody went with a camera and pointed it in his face, and he was just lost. Like the guy looked like he knew he'd lost his career, and he was just like, you know, he had the face of a man who was just scared and lost and just knew he messed up. And there was a lot of Raiders who saw that post, and I remember Bruce Irvin specifically, like, you know, reach out to me. I will get in touch with you. Like, just talk to me. You know what I mean? Like, we'll figure it out. He didn't play in the league after that for a while. He took some time away from the game, got himself right, because I was still following him on Instagram, and I saw a lot of what he was posting, a lot of positive stuff. Dabbled in MMA, was doing a lot of
played the Niners.
Work.
Played with the Niners.
He played with the Niners, but I'm talking about his time after the Niners when we took a chance on him.
Okay,
he took some time away from the league, got himself right, and managed to come back to the league and played, you know, reasonably well for the Cowboys. So I can always appreciate when a young man knows he made mistakes, takes the time away to get himself right and have a happy ending, so to say. Because Alden Smith, like, he made some poor decisions, but he was able to get himself right in the end. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I ask when, like, that's all you can ask from young men, young women, anybody. If they make a mistake, just, you know, do your best to try and walk the path to make things right again. And Alden Smith did that. I just want to address that because I saw Wolfgang's comment about Alden Smith.
Well, it's like with Max. Max Crosby wasn't always a model citizen. You know, he wasn't always he wasn't always what Max is now. You know what I mean?
No, you'll say you wake up in the gutter. You said that. I'll wake up in the middle of the gutter. I realize, how did I get here? So you changed his life around.
I got to get out of this. I got to figure out a way to get out of this.
But you know what? But Nav, you know what? Sometimes it takes a strong mind to pull those things off. Sometimes some guys are not strong enough. That's why you need other guys to help you. See, some of these guys, like, hey, you gotta see where direction they're going in and try to steer them clear of that. The Raiders didn't have that. They should have saw the warning signs. They should have saw signs like, what are you guys doing? Come on, stop. I'm gonna give you some help. I'm gonna get some help. Sometimes guys need help because I got help doing my drug addiction. You know, so I'm not gonna put that out there what I did, but sometimes you need that help, that push to get out that predicament. And the Raiders didn't provide that.
There's some shit stronger than you, no matter what. Some shit stronger than you. You need help from people to make that shit right. And here's the thing. Well, I guess it comes all the way back down to the Henry Ruggs conversation we started with, which is, I don't think the Raiders made a bad pick with Henry Ruggs because he didn't have the track record.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Couldn't predict what he did.
It was a one-night thing.
So I guess I'll leave it at that as far as the conversation. We're getting real super somber on. But
I guess what we were talking about before, I mean, which relates to talking about Henry Ruggs, we were talking about the whole Mayock and how he drafted in that. Like, and I was trying to make a point before, but till my computer crashed again. You know, Mayock's last draft class was that 2021 draft. And yes, once again, we failed epically with our round one selection with Alex Leatherwood. But the rest of the picks from that class was from a defensive scale. Like, it was actually quite a good draft class. One of the better draft classes we had in the last decade. We found guys who were cornerstones for our roster for a while. Some of them still on our roster, and Malcolm Kuntz, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, Mayock at least and Gruden found some guys who were key pieces for our roster for a while. When you look at like what McDaniels and Ziegler did, like, their best draft picks have been maybe above mid at best. Every other guy we're still waiting on or aren't even on our roster. Didn't do squat or even close to what we
their drafts that they were.
So I would take Mayock and Gruden for at least they found some guys who were good for a while and solidified their spots as starters, good players, over what does Ziegler and friggin' McDaniels do? Well, look at their draft classes. Like, give me the best of the bunch, which is what? Jacorian Bennett, Aiden O'Connell, Trey Tucker, the rest of these guys, where are they at?
They're mid. They're all mid.
At best.
And that's kind of where I'm coming.
You're right, Wolfgang. We do. It seems like it.
That's kind of where.
Well, that year, what was that? What year was it that with Ruggs? Was that
2021?
We drafted in 2020.
No, the year of the accident. Was it 2020?
2021.
The accident? 2021.
He was only with
You
us for
look
a
at
season.
what happened that year.
2022
in,
season.
2020 to 2021. I mean, just everything that happened, it was just god awful.
Crazy.
Probably one of the most miserable seasons, I would say, just with all the bullshit that went on. Oh,
Well, it was a roller coaster because remember we had like lowest to lows, but we also we did make the playoffs by hook or by crook that season. So it was a roller coaster ride, which at least ended on a better note.
Yeah, Gruden resigns. Damon Arnett gets let go because of his
another
his
guy who was an
that was
absolute
horrible.
moron.
Ruggs does what he did. It just seemed like it was a never-ending. Like you said, a roller coaster. It was just horrible. And then we walk into the. We go to the playoffs, and then McDum comes in as the head coach and totally dismantles a playoff team, ruined the team. Definitely ruined the team.
That's why I always make the argument that, like, for me, he will always be in that conversation for one of the worst, or at least in my time, I would take Dennis Allen over Josh McDaniels, being that, like, at least with Allen, there was context to why the Raiders were bad around that time. He didn't have the draft capital. He didn't have the salary cap space. We were a team in flux, and we weren't a great team as it stood before the time that we had to try and make moves with no draft capital or salary. So at least we knew we were going to be bad. With McDaniels, there was no excuse for him to crash and burn and nosedive this team into oblivion to where we're at now. We should have been building on a team that just made the playoffs, making it better. And on paper, we did make it better. With the right leadership, we should have gone places, but we didn't. We nosedived, crashed and burned back into the Stone Age where we've been since the freaking early turn of the millennium when we were making perennial playoffs. You know what I'm saying? I'm getting goddamn sick of it.
I wonder how we would have been if we would have kept Bisaccia as the head coach instead of bringing in McDummy. I think we probably would have been more successful because the players wanted to play for him. The players liked him. But again, we had the same issue with Antonio. Yes, the players liked him. The players liked playing for him. How did that turn out? I think that was partially a disaster.
Hey, you know what? Speaking of, that's why I'm glad that Mark Davis is not in the picture anymore. You don't like Tom Brady because we did Tuck Rule, so fuck all that. That's in the history. But he's part owner of the team. Okay, he's not going to put a sucky team out there to lose his investment. So Mark Davis said, "You know what? You're a football guy. You run this shit," and I'm glad he did that.
That's what I was
All the Mark that do right now just sign the checks and that's it. Don't make no full decisions or none of that crap. Just sign the checks.
Yeah, Mark, just sit over there and go to your massage therapist, your whatever.
Sign the check.
Go play with your Fisher Price toys and leave the big boys alone. Let them make a decision.
What I will say about McDaniels and the hiring of him at the time, like, because I remember when I first started being a Raider fan, I remember his time with the Broncos, and I remember how disastrous it was. And all the players had a lot of choice words to say about him being so impersonable. Right? It was a disaster, right? But the guy went to circle back to being an assistant coach with the Patriots, found success again, was part of all their perennial Super Bowls, whatever it may be. And fast forward to when we hired him. In my mind, I was like, look, he's not the guy I wanted. I really didn't want the guy. But I will give him a chance. And I just thought to myself, like, surely since it had been a decade or give or take from when he was a Broncos coach to the now, surely in that time frame, he'd learnt his lessons. You know what I'm saying? Surely he wouldn't have repeated the same mistakes that he did a decade ago.
He said he did. I changed.
But no, he did not.
That's what he said.
It would have been worse.
You're speaking 100% facts. That's what he said, but he did exactly the same thing.
Of course, he's going to pay lip service and say, "Oh, this and that."
100%."
When it came to putting pen on paper, like tell me a time when, and I'm not just talking about the Raiders. I'm talking about any team that's fired their head coach or moved on from their head coach. Tell me when you have ever seen scenes in a locker room where players are laughing, smiling, dancing, laughing, coming out in interviews saying that they can breathe again and they're not walking on eggshells. That I have never seen that with any team. Literally the week their coach has been fired. Usually it's a somber mood. They're depressed. You know what I mean? They're literally partying in the friggin' locker room.
Yeah, they were.
Days after he's fired. That tells you everything you need to know about McDaniel.
Smoking cigars.
Well, and plus he said, like, hey, Derek Carr, don't change the play, which was one of the best things he can do was like change the play to fit the scheme that's going on, seeing the defense. Don't change the play.
DC that was the best thing that he could do was actually freaking read a defense and go,
right now.
Yeah, let's freaking audible out of that. That was one of the best.
And he ended up winning the game, and McDaniels was pissed at him.
He was pissed off. You saw the sideline. He wasn't happy.
That's why he got fired.
He was unhappy because he changed the play.
When have you ever seen a coach that upset at winning a game? It's not because they won the game. It's because Carr didn't do what McDaniels wanted him to do, and he felt as though he was being undermined.
Exactly.
Yeah, guess what? Because you had lost the team. The team hated you, brother. They fucking hated you.
Think of it. Think of it this way: the college coaches that have come into the NFL, Saban came into the Dolphins and failed miserably. Why? Don't know. To be perfectly honest with you, he failed. But he took his happy ass right back to college and is probably the GOAT of NCAA.
Well, what they got to do with
who was that guy that went?
I mean, it has to do with Chip Kelly. It has to do with Josh McDaniels.
Chip Kelly came in and they turned the Eagles around. They won some games. They scored a lot of points. His problem was that he wanted certain players, and then the general manager and all they did not get along. That was his problem.
Right, but
he went to college. Well, he went to college. The UCLA turned the team around a little bit. Then he went to then said that's not working. So he OC. So Chip Kelly's OC is good. So he did learn from mistakes.
Yep, Chip Kelly goes, I'm a damn good OC. I'm just not a very good head coach.
It takes special to be a head coach.
He goes, it takes something. You got to be a political dude. You got to be all this other stuff. You got to be all of this.
You got to be the daddy. You got to be the father. You got to be
all this stuff. And Chip Kelly just went, nope. Went back into college and just went, nope. I mean, shit, Chip Kelly was freaking successful as hell in Oregon. You know what I mean? They hadn't been anywhere ever before he came to the NFL for the first time. You know what I mean? Oregon sucked. You know
what makes Pete Carroll so special? Because you get to know the players. He talked to the players as a person. Not as the number X guy or number Y guy. He talks to them personally. He knows every person on the football teams. He goes to USC. They had 100. What I think.
Not bueno. That's because you're on Chris's channel. You got that stuff on my channel, Gooba.
Bueno being all.
He had 90 players on this team. He knew every damn player on that team by every player. So he gets to know the players, and that's why it takes a special coach to coach the NFL.
Yeah, exactly.
I guess that's one thing that I learned to appreciate that I didn't so much at the time with Gruden is that, like, since Gruden, like McDaniels, he went all the way right, and then with AP to a point, you went all the way left. Like, I felt like Gruden had a good balance. You know what I'm saying? Of like being likable and personal enough, but like ruling enough of an iron fist for the players to respect his ways per se. You know what I mean? Without being a total dick the way that McDaniels was. I think that was probably Gruden's biggest strength as a head coach, and something I learned to appreciate.
Bueno, go to my section, type in something, and see something. There you go.
WTF? Why's WTF got to talk money, Chuck? He knows I don't like that dude at all.
That guy's such an asshole, money, Chuck.
That's what I was trying to say, Ardell, but I don't think anybody on the panel was listening, right?
Oh, my bad.
Well, Jeff, it turned to something you wanted, a 4-hour show.
No, they can't, because you know what it is. I mean, these kids are making more money than they're going to make as a first year pro. You know, so these kids can do whatever they want. The coaches don't have the same power that they used to. It's sad. It really is that the players in college ranks now are dictating what's happening, and that's not how it should be. And somebody said it. I already highlighted. I forget who said it. Here it is. Ardell said it. Saban got the fuck out of there at the right time because he saw the writing on the wall. He's no dummy. He's a seasoned, experienced college coach. He knew what was going to happen.
Yeah, he saw it coming. I'm so about it.
But, Edgar, I do not disagree with your comment. I'm right there with you.
And Saban came into the NFL to be the Miami head coach, Miami Dolphins head coach, and saw what NIL was. And then went back to college, and then the NIL came.
No, he came Miami, but he came there because when you coach on a professional team, these are grown ass men. You can't talk to them like you can't talk to these 19-year-old kids in college.
Exactly.
So,
you're talking paycheck.
He thought he had the power and pull to talk to these NFL players like he talked to kids. He couldn't.
Right. That's exactly my point.
Some of those Miami Dolphin players like this dude can't talk to me like that. I made $20 million deal. You can't talk to me that way.
Chris, that's exactly my point. And what Dell said, Saban left when NIL showed up because he didn't want no more part of that shit.
Well, if you remember correctly, like you go back in time and you look at some of these older, hard-nosed coaches, like the Bo Schembechlers, the Bear Bryants, the Lou Holtz type of guys. They wouldn't be able to handle this right now because these kids they wouldn't give a shit. These coaches were old school. It was my way or the highway. And these kids would be like, no, because I'm bringing money in for your school and your program. And I'm going to do the way I want to do it, whether you like it or not. And unfortunately, the coaches don't have the say like they used to.
Plus,
because your athletic director is going to stand up there and say, these kids you got to let them go a little bit. Plus, it's the era, too. That's the other thing, too.
Plus the coaches mentioned back in those days, if a kid want to go like transfer from, say, USC to Texas, he could, but he had to sit a whole year before he can play again. Now they got this transfer portal, so kids say, yeah, fuck that, I'm out of here.
No question.
I'm out of here.
So here's a good one. If you're Marcus Allen, right, and you're not going to do the Al Davis way, then you're gone.
Fact.
I mean, we're talking Hall of Fame player.
And
if you're not going to go the Al Davis way, then you're out.
And that's how it happened.
I would have been the coach. I've been more than happy to be the coach instead of McDaniels.
Yeah, dude. Jeff, you would be a better coach than McShitnuts, dude.
Hey, AR, imagine
I coached offensive line in Pee Wee football.
Of the Raiders, the five of us, the coaches of the Raiders. I'm not sure who the head coach is going to be. Pretty sure it'd be Jeff, but I think Chris be the DC.
Why? I'm black.
Come on, bro.
I think AI would be the head coach just because of his tenacity and his
passion
for the team.
Look, I'm a passionate fan. I'm a guy on the couch. I'm not a head coach.
AR be charged as a running back. I'll tell you that right now. He went to the running back room. He said, "You can get 3 yards to carry. You're fucking out of here."
Let's ask the chat who would be the head coach of the five of us on the panel. Who would be the head coach?
AR would be Venom, take over somebody and and then beat people up.
He's like,
you get me all wrong. I'm a passionate guy, but I'm equally as understanding and as well as I would like to think I can be personable. You know what I'm saying?
AR and Kenna.
I'm just passionate when it comes to both sides of the coin.
Jeff for GM,
but I'm no head coach. I'm a guy on the couch.
Kenna's the OC. Okay, hold on.
All right. And it'd still be out there searching for the next fucking Jim Otto.
Just because he don't want
Sanders. Where you got that Jim Otto, Jeff?
Yes, Jeff for Jim, because he don't want Sanders.
I guess I don't have a job. I'm unemployed. I don't have a job. So.
No. Well, I wouldn't want Sanders, Chris, and I don't want Jeanty. So
we're both
that's
unemployed, bro.
In my book, I guess.
All right.
All right, so we're at the 4-hour mark. I think we're gonna call it. It's 1 o'clock my time now. I want to go play some video games for sure.
I'm gonna go eat. I'm hungry.
Chris, you and I have our show tomorrow night, the Raiders' Last Call with Papa Rundown. Tomorrow night, we're discussing defensive linemen and linebackers. The for the history session of the Raiders, going back from start to as close to current as we can get.
To the
Just
recent.
another friendly reminder to everybody that watches that show or is in here and you're going to watch it tomorrow night. We talk old school. We don't talk about the current status of the Raiders, who we're drafting, who we're bringing in free agency. We tend to go through the history of the Raiders. Last week we did head coaches. So this week it's defensive linemen and linebackers. And that's 9 o'clock Eastern time, 6 o'clock Pacific.
Good night, Edgar.
Chris, see you, Nav, man. Chris, you got anything else coming up? Any other shows you're doing?
I'm starting a new show with Radio Nation Jason. We're doing on Sunday morning
Nice,
show.
Chris.
Start. So that's at 10 o'clock a.m. in the morning. So that's Radio Jason Nation. Go to the channel, subscribe, and hit mine, subscribe to mine too. We start at 10 o'clock in the morning. We're gonna start
So 10 your time, that's 1 o'clock my time.
Yes, yeah.
So 1 o'clock
PST.
And that's gonna be until the season starts. When the season starts, we can't do a 10 o'clock show because the games are on. But that's at 10 o'clock.
Sacktown, that's the show tomorrow night. The last call is 9 o'clock Eastern, 6 o'clock Pacific.
Yeah.
So, what was I going to say?
A quick shout out to Sacktown. I hope your surgery's a sex of hope. Man, I love you, brother. I hope everything goes well. I know Lunatic always does that for you, bro. But
luck, Sacktown.
you and I, we've met up. We hang out. Being in Sacramento, man, I love you, bro. So always here for you. Call me anytime you want.
What time's your game tomorrow? Is it tomorrow or Sunday?
Sunday morning, 7 a.m. Pacific, 9 a.m. Central, and 10 a.m. Eastern. So that's what's going to happen on my side of the fence. More Tecmo Super Bowl with my guy Critique and the loser eats Vegemite. And I appreciate everyone in the chat. Just one quick thing. I'm not going to plug what I'm doing or my channel. I just want to build up.
You can go for it.
No. I want to do something different since you were talking about how you're going to go back and talk about the history of the Raiders with your show coming up, and you're going to talk about linemen. I just want to ask one quick question for the panel, and this will make it interesting for the guys in the chat to give you a bit of a teaser for what he's going to do. At the top of your dome, just a quick question. Who's your two favorite defensive linemen for the Raiders? You first, Jeff, and if everyone else wants to give, because you guys are OGs, you guys have been around more longer than I have. So just the first two names that pops out to mind.
I gotta go.
Are you talking about pure defensive lineman, or just someone that can play anywhere in the position?
Defensive lineman, defensive end,
okay.
defensive tackle. So
Howie Long, number one for me.
Yeah,
that's
me
what
too.
I grew up in the 80s. I grew up in the 80s. I was a teenager in the 80s, and he was the primary guy on anything to do with Raiders. I still got posters on my wall out in the garage of Howie Long.
I'm not Buenos
back in the day. All right, so that's how much of an impact he had on me. I've always idolized him. As far as the second one,
Raider 24.
I would probably have to go with another guy that's from that same era. The two of them together on that line. Everybody's going to probably say Lyle Alzado too, but Lyle wasn't there for that long. He was there short term with us. Townsend was there for a long time with us. I
counts on defensive end. So
can we let Jeff finish?
You let Jeff say it.
Mine.
I'm sorry. You said defensive tackle.
So I gotta go definitely Howie Long and Greg Townsend. I think that combination of them two in the 80s was just, and then you throw in Alzado in there too with that, and oh my god, yeah.
So that's your answers. What about you?
Yeah,
Chris?
Yeah, I'm exactly with that. I'm with Townsend and Howie Long. Those are my two favorite. But then I got one guy that's gonna fall like a 2B, and that'll be a Cistron. I was
gonna say him. I really was,
nasty.
But I went Townsend instead.
Yeah, that's good because it's more layered. But the old Cistron, he's in there. So I
say one of the ugliest looking motherfuckers out there, but man, he was fucking tough.
He would beat the shit out you.
Well, what about Nevman?
Just one quick thing here, because I do have a super chat I want to make sure I make a note of.
Okay, yeah, go
From
for it.
Ardell, appreciate you, brother, with the $4.81 super chat. Appreciate you. He says, "Carr, Timmy Brown for the cause, Raiders." Thank you, brother. I appreciate that very much, man. I appreciate everybody's support through everything and helping me grow this channel. It's been one of the bright spots that I've had over the last few months. It's made a shitty season feel so much better, getting the support that I get and how much this channel has grown so fast and the following that I got. I appreciate it. And I appreciate everybody tuning into the shows and joining me on the shows like this. Like AI just pops in like this. Jack comes in, Nav, man. Chris and I have been doing shows for a little while together, and I'm having a blast doing this. I really am. I don't work anymore. I'm done working, and this is what I consider this is it for me. This is what I like doing. I've found my niche in life now, and I'm loving every minute of it.
Keep just saying.
Okay, go ahead. We're done.
Sorry, you two. Ardell, my channel that was right there. Just type that into YouTube. You'll find me. AFAKASI Raider. Avocasi Raider. That means half caste Simone. But what's Nabman's? Because you two had the same answer, right? Was Howie and Greg Townsend?
Yeah, Chris and I both said Howie and Townsend.
What about you, Nabman? First two names that come to mind.
It's Howie. Yeah.
Name number two?
Probably Townsend, but if there was a linebacker involved in that, Greg Beaker was pretty fucking badass.
I said defensive lineman. Defensive lineman.
I'm getting off track.
Beaker is a linebacker. Lineman.
No, we're not talking about linebackers. Stay on track.
Yeah. But I'm with it. Townsend and Howie. I mean, I can't think anything better. To be honest with you.
Okay. Gotcha. And Jack, I'm gonna challenge you, Jack, here for a minute. Two names that come to mind that are not named Howie and Greg Townsend.
Okay, so Howie played all over the board. So he played defensive tackle, he played defensive end. Greg Townsend was strictly a defensive end, so I couldn't count him as defense tackle. So we're talking.
Jack didn't understand the assignment.
Jack,
I said defensive
lineman. You're talking defensive tackle, so we're talking defensive tackle.
Lineman.
Oh, lineman.
Yeah, defense like that. Was
I asked you, Jack. Two defensive linemen, not named Greg Townsend, and not named Howie Long, because all three of the guys at the top said those two names. Okay, so the first two names that's not named.
I count.
Give me two names.
As an old guy, I count like defensive tackle, nose tackle at separate positions, and I count defensive ends.
Oh my God, you're making it so much more difficult.
Jack, get in the game. Get in the game. Get in the game.
Yes, I would say Howie Long and Greg Townsend, but I'm going to say like interior defensive lineman, like a Matuzak is like one of the guys I really like.
Sure.
And I like a Sean Jones from the 83 team.
Okay.
I really like. And there was like one other guy that we got from USC afterwards as a defensive tackle. So I count like a Christian Wilkerson different than a Max Crosby. Different positions. So I put it differently. But yes, if you're going to put like the two best defensive ends in Raiders history, it's definitely Howie Long and Greg Townsend. And what Raider Nation probably doesn't even know, Greg Townsend has more sacks than Howie Long.
No, Jack, excuse me. I love you, Jack, and you are awesome. But you're one of those guys that in your classroom and the teacher give you a homework assignment, you raise your hand and say, "Well, how about page 2? Can we do that too?" You always want extra into
it. Yeah, we're not. I love you, Jack. Page 2. We're page 1. It's page
Jack,
1.
I asked you two names outside of Greg Townsend and Howie Long. Very simple, very basic. And that whole time he circled around, he gave me 4 or 5 names, and then he circled back to Greg Townsend and Howie Long. I asked you specifically, give me 2 names.
Right?
I love you, man.
Oh my God,
hilarious! Love it.
I love you, Jack.
Oh my God! All right, real quick on a serious note here. Give me a timeout for a second. Raider 24 Nation. He said, "Our son Raider has been watching y'all with me. I remember when we first shouted him out on this channel boy, you all have you both have grown Raiders. Everybody that some might not be familiar with him, but his son was going through some medical issues
Yeah.
not too long
Yeah.
ago, and he came on the channel and was talking to us. And so, a big shout out to him and his son Raider. His son's name is Raider, and his daughter is named Autumn.
Wow, nice.
Yeah.
Stay
So,
strong, kids.
just shout
Stay
out
strong.
to you, Raider Nation,
Shout out, man.
Raider 24 Nation. How's the little guy doing? How's Raider doing, by the way? If you want to just post an update there. Haven't seen you on the show in a while in the chat, so I wanted to make sure I saw you in here right now.
Yeah.
Wanted to make sure I
Hey,
noticed
Raider
you know,
24 is
brought that up.
is your son and where he can hear us right now?
Well, sounds like you're doing a seance, Stitch. Oh, spirits, can you hear us right now? Great. The G Tube is out and he is thriving. Awesome. Yeah, he had a G Tube installed about a month or two ago, I think it was, if I remember correctly.
Oh, he's right with you. He's right
yeah,
with
he's
you.
right there with them.
So
Good.
I'm
Shout
gonna
out.
say I'm gonna say 1, 2, 3. We're gonna give him a Raiders, okay?
Oh,
Right.
it's late here. It's 1:30. I'm not gonna be able to yell it.
I'll
get in trouble.
yell it loud, and you guys, all right, just do your thing. 1, 2, 3.
Raiders.
Raiders.
Oh, that's awesome. No, I'm glad he's doing good, man.
Yeah,
I'm
good to
happy
hear,
for you. You know, hope nothing but the best for the little guy.
Good,
and,
man.
and your family. I'm sure it's not easy going through what you're going through.
Stay strong, young man. Keep fighting.
Hey,
Yeah.
hey, keep pushing. Don't
Yep.
quit.
Raider 24 Nation, if you're on Instagram, hit me up. Hit me up on Instagram. Definitely want to chat with you. So it's NE_Raider Boosters, Raider Boosters on Instagram. So hit me up and yeah, I want to talk to you real quick when you get a
Remember
chance.
that this is a Raider family. We look after each other. We take care of each other. We talk to each other. This is a Raider family, as well as a nation.
Fact.
Well,
And
guys, I'm gonna sign off in a minute because I'm gonna go eat. I am starving. I got a 2-pound Italian sausage sandwich in there. I'm gonna tear that thing up.
If y'all don't mind, if I may, I'm humbled and happy to be here. Chris, Jeff, RA, Kenna, you guys. Sorry, AR. Sorry, there was a beer or two involved, but
It's okay.
Jack,
No.
freaking amazing, freaking being around with you guys. It's like therapy to me, and love being here with y'all. Appreciate y'all.
Well, we enjoy having you on. You know, I mean, you bring insight and other
Yeah.
comments to the channel that to the shows that help out, and it's enjoyable. I'm glad you're part of this little crew.
Well, me and Bueno become like a comedy show in the freaking comment section from time to time, but I apologize for that distraction.
No, sometimes we need a laugh now and then, so it's good.
You mean to tell me I couldn't give my answer being Tyree Wilson and Cleve Farrell?
No, you
Oh,
can't.
sorry. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah,
give
you
your
can't get
answer.
that. You can't get that. We
I
know
just-
you
I
can't.
just- I just gave you my
Forgot to
answer.
ask what that was.
I
We
just
know
gave you my
you can't get that.
How about you, AR? Yeah. So is
And
that it?
I'm ready to hop off too. It's like, AR, like, we've done this shit for years, bro. We've seen each other. We talked in private chats before. And Jeff, like we talked about kitty schoolgirls. Chris 4, thank you. And my new boy right now is Nav Man, 93 Nav. I thank all you guys. This is why I like doing this stuff. I don't want to show, but I like hopping on your guys' show to talk to intelligent Raider fans just like you boys. So thank you.
Mhm.
Did you say intelligent, right? What?
That's what
Yeah.
I'm looking at.
Well, except for Jeff, everybody else is like intelligent. But
Jeff, was that an insult or what? Did he try to insult us or what? I don't know. That's a
I
big-
don't know.
And we're all going to be wrong. And we're all going to be wrong by the end of it.
Of course.
So,
Right? It's like Raiders don't do anything what we want to do in the draft half
And
the time.
watch the Raiders. Hey, watch the Raiders number 6 pick be a punter. Yeah, okay, we'll see.
you're right.
Bring it back, great guy.
You playing anything tonight? You playing any games tonight? Yeah.
No, I gotta work tonight my time, so I'm like this morning for you. So I gotta get a nap. So I gotta go for a nap. Sorry, my brain's all over the place because my sleeping plan is just out of whack.
You're not that
I'm
old.
gonna have a
You
sleep.
don't need nap yet. What do you need now?
I gotta work. I gotta work tonight. My time.
Okay.
And I've been having, because of like, I've been getting more active. I'm appearing on other people's lives, including your own. At like, you got to remember your schedule's opposite to mine. So when you guys are live during the day, I'm up at like 2 a.m., 3 a.m. trying to get on with you guys. So
Yeah, you're about 12
like,
hours.
my sleeping
different.
patterns also all over the place. But
It's about 12 hours
you're
different.
like,
East Coast,
yeah.
Just see what Ardell says. Keenan Allen
Yeah,
is Super Bowl
that's why I
MVP.
posted
You have
it.
to wear a dress. Well, I guess I better go with my dress back and get my dress made. I guess
12 hours
Keenan
in front,
Allen's the
East
Super Bowl
Coast,
MVP.
13 hours in front, Central, and 15 hours in front if you're on the West Coast. So
Yep.
Well, see, Jack and Chris West Coast. Nav and I are both East Coast time zone.
yeah. So my time is the same time as you, but in the reverse. So
Just
I'm
the
in front of you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're
so like right now,
1:20 a.m. It's
It's
1:20 p.m., which is like the daytime, yes, but I work nights, so I'm night shift. So
Got it.
anyways,
also-
everybody.
I'm out.
But Australia's
You guys
freaking
too.
awesome. So I've been there. Love that place, man. I'm just
Beautiful
saying.
country.
I'm
It
jealous.
is. It is. So is the States. I've been there.
They're all
Are
right.
you Gold Coast area or are you more like Perth area, Sydney? What area?
I'm West Coast.
Okay, West Coast. All right.
you're a fight with a kangaroo.
They're like
I fought kangaroos, I fought dingoes, I fought crocodiles because that's what the stereotype is about us. Plus, we still use outhouses as toilets, and we swim with sharks and crocodiles, and we drink Fosters, right?
Is this a knife or does it need to be
No,
bigger?
That's not
That's not a knife.
Hang on, wait. Let me say it. Let me say it. That's not a knife. That's a spoon. I see you play knifey spoony before, haven't you? Anyways, Jeff, you want to close off the show? Hang on, Jeff wants to close off the show. So
Yeah, we're done for the night. So I'm gonna go stream some games, I think. So I'm gonna be up late tonight. So everybody, peace out. Stay safe. Love yous all. Thanks for being in the chat all night. Thanks for the super chats that I got tonight. Appreciate you, Chris, for the memberships that you doled out at the beginning of the show. Everybody, stay safe and go Raiders.
Go Raiders.